Sochi's been cooking a lot lately. And we haven't been ordering out as much. Which is nice. And I've lost weight. And honestly, it's a lot cheaper and it feels better. But he's out of town. On vacation. He went down to EDC or whatever. And sent me a photo of a delicious spicy chicken sandwich. There's no delicious spicy chicken sandwich in my house for me to eat now that I've seen this photo of a delicious spicy chicken sandwich. Am I morally justified to order a spicy chicken sandwich instead of eating what's in the fridge?
Well, yeah, he sent you a picture of it.
Right.
So
that's what I'm saying.
That's permission.
You're a grown-ass man. Order yourself a sandwich.
Well, I have to be careful with that, because following that logic, there was a time when I ate Pop-Tarts for breakfast every day and an entire box of cereal in one sitting.
I mean, that is risky business, I guess.
The truth is that I am not a grown-ass man. I am merely a child in an adult's body. And like a rat pushing the orgasm button over and over, I will kill myself if given the opportunity.
You must follow this chart.
I wonder if that experiment ever actually... I'm realizing now that I've said it out loud. That experiment sounds fucking nuts. And I don't know if that's even possible. How do they make a rat orgasm button?
Maybe there's a vibrator and they just kind of rub up on it.
I say it's got to be comparatively simple, right? Because, I mean, you could make a human orgasm machine pretty easy, so presumably rats are a little simpler.
I guess.
They're just like, it uncovers the hole to the fuck sleeve.
Is the rat orgasm lab test real?
Real.
So, you know how people have trouble finding the G-spot on a human? Can you imagine how tiny a rat's prostate is? That's gotta be tough. I think you guys...
I have no clue. It might be an electroshock thing?
They're so small that anything would make it work? I don't know.
Okay, what if they had to find the one deviant rat, the kinky one, you know?
The only kinky rat.
The only kinky rat. And I have to ask Biscuit.
Every other rat in existence is pure and Protestant.
But there is one kinky rat.
Just one.
And they decided to experiment with it.
And his name was Charles Entertainment Cheese.
They made him work with children?
No, he asked for that.
No.
They said yes.
Holy shit. Okay, totally real. Okay. I'm not making this shit up. Totally real.
Okay.
1950. It was electrodes that were basically planted directly into their brain. It didn't actually give them orgasms. It just triggered the pleasure center of the brain directly. And these rats went fucking nuts. These rats did nothing else. Not only did they ignore everything but the button, they would swim through acid, they would walk through electrified chambers, they would do crazy shit for this button.
Orgasm button, okay.
And then they like all died because they would press that instead of pressing the give me food button every day. Wow.
Yeah, that seems like an unethical experiment that would happen in the 50s.
Oh yeah.
That tracks.
I have never heard of this experiment until...
Oh man. Do we want to have a gentleman's debate about the value of animal testing?
Let's fucking do it.
If 1,000 dead rats saves one human life, is it worth it?
Of course it is.
Of course it is.
Oh.
They live for like a year.
I love animals, but of course our lives are more valuable. Of course they are.
They don't live very long and they reproduce super fast. So
if I had a sore throat, like, just kind of a scratchy sort of uncomfortable throat.
Oh no.
And you handed me a baseball bat and told me if I went and beat 1,000 rats to death, my sore throat would go away, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
I don't know if I can go that far. That one, boy, I don't know about that.
I can't do it myself. If someone else does it, sure.
Well, okay, what if you actually don't agree with the ethics of it then?
Okay, what if instead...
Okay, that's a false dichotomy.
You had to push a rat orgasm button. And you're make 1,000 rats orgasm and live with that in your conscience.
Do I get a me orgasm button? Because that's dangerous. I don't want a me orgasm.
Yeah, no, it has to be rats.
I'm going to take this a single step further. if I could make a button that I could push that would make all of the humans on Earth experience extreme pleasure until we all just died, I would push it.
Oh boy.
Do you think the extinction of the human race in ecstasy wouldn't be a good thing? You are dead wrong.
A good thing according to what measure?
I mean,
according to the planet.
The planet doesn't give a shit. The planet is inanimate. It's
a good thing for all the people that get to die in ecstasy. A good thing for all of their inevitable grandchildren and great-grandchildren that will die in the climate wars. End it all in a wave of ecstasy.
I would end it all in pretty much anyway. Doesn't have to be.
I'll nuke the world right now. Give me the Switch.
All of my friends have run out of hope.
Oh, I've been a nihilist for longer than you know.
Well, there's a difference between nihilism and defeatism, though.
Yeah, is there?
It's so for me, it's the opposite. It's that I don't feel defeated, but I feel like I could defeat everyone.
It's a power thing. You want to be the guy who ended the human race.
Yeah,
also true.
That sounds like great.
I also think that most people. Oh God, no. I like to be as positive as possible, and when considering when I consider other people's actions and stuff, like even when people do shitty things, I feel like nobody's like actively trying to be shitty. Like they have some faint reasoning behind it,
sure,
right?
Everyone thinks
right. They at least think they're right. Yeah.
Right. But then I look at capitalists and I think we could just put them on an island somewhere with a bunch of gold. They'd be fine.
Alright. Well, let's play some Dungeons and Dragons.
I say, here's my hot
take. Oh yes,
take.
we haven't got your take yet.
I'm just agreeing with Drake mostly here. I say we take all of the oligarchy. Is it a soft G?
Oligarchy.
Yeah, it's a hard G. Oligarchy.
It's a hard G whenever it's in front of an A or an O, and it's a soft G the rest of the times.
Fuck you, it stands for graphic. It's a hard G in GIF.
Well,
we're not starting this gentleman's debate right now.
Because you're wrong, Fact. You're always wrong, and you always will be wrong. So just say it the right way.
Hard facts.
If the father of the Lord himself came down and just said, "Oh, by the way, it's Jod," and then left, what would you do? You'd be like, "No, you're fucking wrong, dude." Wouldn't you, Fact?
You want it to be Jesus.
Anywho, back to the point that I was going to make. We take all the oligarchy. We send them to the North Sentinelese Island. All these rich folk that are like, "Oh yeah, you just gotta fasten yourself up by your bootstraps. I'm a self-made man. If I did it, you can do it. Nobody needs handouts." We get them all on a helicopter. We just drop them in the North Sentinelese Islands, and we tell them to start over again. Because they did it before, right? They can do it again.
Yeah. Okay. I swear to God, we're going to play D&D at some point, but this is fascinating. I read recently that there was a study that one of the reasons that people tend to view themselves as bootstrappers and self-starters and things like that is because humans have a very bad understanding of chance and luck. We're very bad at processing the idea of random numbers.
Would that be why gambling is addicting? That'd be silly.
Kind of, yeah. The idea is that sometimes a person just gets lucky and they make a ton of money because they were in the right place at the right time. But because people are very bad at recognizing that sometimes they just get lucky, they assume that when something good happens to them, it's either because of some divine fate, something supernatural, or because they did something right. They have a hard time attributing the outcome events to luck when it is easier to think, oh, I did something right. Which is why everybody who makes it big thinks that they earned it somehow. And I mostly like that story because it touches on my fetish, which is that people are very bad at numbers.
They are, true. But also, there's definitely different and varying degrees of luck to just lucky where you're born. Like sometimes you're lucky and you're born just as a white male in a developed country that has enough healthcare to make sure that you don't die in the first 2 weeks in the hospital.
Right.
Sometimes you're really lucky and you're born a white male and you're the son of a guy who had an emerald mine in Africa. Sometimes you're not so lucky and, you're born in fucking Kazakhstan and you just die.
Are we
born with you're born with 3 noses and then you get eaten by a goat?
Dude, 3 noses though. Technically, that's very lucky.
But then you get eaten by a goat.
It's not beneficial, but it is incredibly rare. But yes, I agree.
So by the way you're saying, all of the birth defect kids in India, just because there's so many more kids being born in India, they're all lucky.
Well, now, okay, we're touching on 2 things. First of all, I used lucky synonymously with rare, which is not necessarily true. People usually use lucky for good things. And second, what is it called? The background population bias, or just background bias? I forget. But when more things are happening, more rare things are likely to happen. Is the gist of it? When
you breed a million Pokemon, you're more likely to get a shiny Pokemon.
Yeah. When you take more chances, you're more likely to find a partner that you like. That's why the fish in the sea argument is so good. It's not that. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. Sorry, food is pulling up, and I'm trying to make sure that he doesn't pass the house, because they do that sometimes.
They do that all the time.
Is it a spicy chicken sandwich?
You bet it is, and you wouldn't believe how fast it got here.
Is it a Wendy's?
I'm sure you were just talking about
you were talking about moments ago. I can't believe how fast that came.
It's from Popeyes, because Popeyes chicken, in the words
it's fucking awesome.
In the words of Little Nicky, a wise man.
Popeyes chicken is fucking awesome.
It's fucking awesome.
After we got that KFC, I just wanted good chicken.
Yeah.
Got the mashed potatoes. They're not mashed potatoes. I don't know what that is in the fridge. I had some of them last night, but it's not mashed potatoes. It's a weird potato-like goop.
Yeah, no, it was fucking gross. Anyway, food's gonna pull up in a couple of minutes. But until then, quick recap. You guys did kind of some wrap up of the Wandering Sun stuff. Having defeated the Anton and kind of worked with the Raiju to tow it over to Unmirage. You started evacuating everybody that was aboard. You were trying to sort out sort of almost a social system or a welfare system, a way to kind of offload all of these rescued slaves. You started setting up a number of systems to ferry some of them back to their homes, and use magic and a tremendous amount of wealth that was aboard the Wandering Sun to reestablish new homes for them, using some magic to enrich the land, to quickly draft and create homes for these people to live in. And then also there was a very large population, about 2/3 of them, that realized they had nowhere to go back to. They understood that their homes were completely razed to the ground, which you guys witnessed firsthand in Eridanis, and chose instead to stay in Unmirage, which, conveniently, was mostly a ghost town, because, 70% of the population was killed. So, that worked out in sort of a morbid and tragic way. You also started to filter out which of these slavers were most culpable for the heinous actions that they had taken, and held yourselves a good old-fashioned public execution. The ones that were not deemed too culpable to be freed were sent on their way. They began wandering south towards Deltana through the desert in sort of a caravan. They'll probably be fine. Who knows? You don't really care too much. And then when all of that was done, you took the empty Wandering Sun, used a ridiculous plan to teleport it over the skies of Seattle, set it on fire, and let it crash burning into the sea, where Ace used his fancy skywrite to send a message, basically saying that this was the fate of all slavers, that there was massive reform to be had, and that slavers should look the fuck out. And then you guys pieced out and returned to Unmirage, where presumably you've spent a few days to a week or two, resting, recuperating. All of you can have as many rests as you need to get back up to full. I know several of you had downtime projects. We're gonna kind of gloss through them quickly because I don't want to turn this into a shopping episode. I think that I've kind of approved everyone's stuff, except I need to get some specific prices from people. But all of you were able to do all the things that we've discussed throughout the week. Crafting new items, moving gems from one thing to another. I know there were some spells being invented, some research being done. And then you were deciding on the next course of action, and it sounded like the plan was to start heading north towards Stormcellar to help Gale retake his homeland from Ozadiarth. And if that is still the plan, then that is where we'll pick up, but I'm going to be right back because food's here.
Spicy chicken.
I'll be back too.
Does anybody know how much money we got individually?
Yeah, it should be.
Is it that 58,000 right there?
So I believe it was 58,000.
Hot damn.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Yes, 58,000 a piece was what we divided it out to at the end. It was like 58 something. We talked about this extensively over the week, but for anyone who didn't follow, the project of like rehoming all these slaves, those getting them back to their original homes, rebuilding their homes, using like high level magic to get everyone logistically transported, blah 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 blah, was 50,000. Nordo is totally fine to pay that completely with his own money. But if anyone wants to chip in towards it, they may. But please don't feel pressured to. Nordo, both in and out of character, me out of character, is totally fine just doing it myself.
We each got 58,000.
We each got 58,000 gold.
Vasu will happily put like 10,000 toward that himself.
Terrific.
Especially if some of them want to end up in Eisenmar, maybe.
Yeah, I imagine probably some will. Because I know, like Vex said, a lot of them, their homes were presumably destroyed. And this project that me and Vex brainstormed involved, like, those who really want to go back to their homes and rebuild them will, like, do some magic to facilitate that process. But others probably just want to relocate.
Nomad's contribution, I think, is very time consuming. It's a lot of like, hey, how are you mentally? Then how are you physically?
Just individual therapy sessions for every single slave.
It's just like a really quick rundown of like, hey, what's your mental state and your physical state? Do you have family remaining? Where were you from? It's a bunch of logistic stuff, and then like a bunch of like teleportation stuff.
Right, so what Nordo probably needs most is like me out of character. In fact, have done all this planning of these cool magic ideas that Nordo absolutely does not know how to plan. So just like logistics planning and magic planning, that would be more than enough of Nomad's contribution, I think.
Oh yeah, that's basically what I planned with Feck. I sent him a bunch of bullet points. I'm like, okay, this is what I'm gonna do with Nomad here. Is that he's gonna spend a lot of time logistics. It's like he's used to it anyway. He does so much logistics.
All right, I'm back. Let's see. Does anyone need? We should wrap everything up. Do we have any like crafting rules that need to be done? Cards that need to be made, stuff like that.
The thing that I sent to might change here slightly because Vasu's going to chip in a little bit on the thing, so hold off on mine. Sure. And then I don't know what rolls need to be done to make that, but
perfect. Alternatively, I'm trying to think if there's anything that any of you did that would have like a noticeable impact on everyone else. I think it's mostly just like crafting stuff for yourselves. You did a little research. Turn that corpse into materials.
I don't think the wedding's happening until later, so I'm fine.
Oh my god, are we already talking about that? I mean, I'm into it. I kind of...
No, I thought we were going to do the thing for travel first, and then decide if we want to do that. Yeah, so...
Right, yeah. Sorry, you just like, I don't know, I thought we were like picking a date already. That got real fast.
Oh, no, I don't want to move that fast. It'd be silly.
If you wanted to, then... Yeah.
No, I'll think about it.
Alright. Sick. Still a few cards to be owed, some crafting rolls to be done, but we can kind of do those once we have things sorted out. So it sounds like the plan is flying up towards Stormcellar. Here comes the next question. Do you sail directly across the sea, or do you kind of skirt the coast, take the western coast all the way up to Eisenmar, kind of the Hooked Diamonds, and then make a shorter leap over towards Stormcellar from there? Conveniently, kind of the route that Gale took initially at the start of this voyage.
So that would be my question, mostly for Gale, I guess. What do we know about getting into Stormcellar? What's our angle of approach here? Are we going like underwater and going in the way you came out? Are we like walking in the front door now that we've got a button to turn the force field off?
Mm-hmm. Well, going underwater would be difficult, I think, because it was like a pretty tight fit, and I don't know if I would be able to find it, or if it's even, it could have been sealed up for all I know. So I think guns blazing through the front door.
I'm gonna need a gun.
One of the things, I guess, was, did anyone, like Vasu, did you want the scimitar to be put into an Arumi? Chapman?
Maybe.
If not, like, we can just hold on to it.
I kind of forgot what the scimitar does.
It's a +3, it does lightning shit.
All right. And we determined that scimitars cannot be made into monk weapons, right?
Unless you're already proficient in it.
Ooh, a +3.
You can use scimitar's flick.
Should be able to.
Would you like to use the scimitar?
Where is it? Is it like in Party Loot or something?
It should probably be in Party Loot.
I still have it under the Wandering Sun. I'll move
Okay,
it down there at some
but
point.
like if I just put the scimitar at the end of a long stick, isn't that like a naginata, like a spear? I know how to use one of those real well.
A naginata would be a glaive. Something also you cannot use.
For what it's worth, you can absolutely just take the stones out of this and shift it into another weapon that you can use.
That's what I mean. You want an Arumi. I'm sure we can get one of those. But also there was a whole dragon body that I've transformed into like materials by now. And those have a +2 to your like crafting limit. So if you want an Arumi made of like dragon spine, by all means.
That does sound pretty badass. The Arumi was like a 3-headed flail thingy with like.
Oh no, it's a bunch of blades. It's just a bunch of blades.
Yeah, imagine
it had like a 15-foot reach, right?
10 feet.
It would be 10 feet when it was scaled down for a medium creature. Yeah.
But yeah, like it's got reach.
It's like a cat of nine tails, but instead of a bunch of leather whips, it is a bunch of very thin, flexible metal blades.
Yeah, I want this.
You've had enough downtime that somebody could have crafted one for you, and then theoretically you could have moved the stones over into that. Let me just get a crafting roll from somebody to see how well it transfers.
Can I offer the help action, since I presume working like chains and stuff into a weapon, maybe that jeweler kit help? Word.
It's more of a blade than a chain.
I like this argument. I'll tell you what. If you can give me a very good jeweler's kit check, I'll let you help on the crafting check. So give me a jeweler's kit check first. Yeah, 15. You have some applicable skills, but most of it is kind of in the realm of like a blacksmith or something. So
tell you what, you're here to make it look good. You're here like.
Oh
like,
yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, I make sure that the chained whips are. It's like a Figaro kind of braid.
Hell yeah.
It's a very beautiful looking.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Arumi or whatever this weapon is called.
You can call it whatever you want.
I was very excited about it a few weeks ago. I know. I'm just.
Right.
I have the memory of a goddamn goldfish.
I really appreciate that you're like so excited for the weapon and remember so little about it. It's a good contrast.
Yeah. It's fucking 42.
Sick. 42 is brilliant. It's plenty. You do find that this is all like whoever made this, very talented craftsman. They had a pretty good limit. They must have in order to have made it. But you guys have kind of reached that peak. You and Gale are quite arguably some of the best artificers in the world at this point.
Yeah, our limit right now with dragon equipment is 32. And because we had a whole gargantuan dragon to work with, please by all means use any part you want. We had a week to use any part to turn into anything you wanted.
Oh, we can do up to 32 with that?
Yeah, with dragon parts specifically. Certain creatures have very high they add some limit. Dragons are very magical creatures. They have a +2.
Basically just dragons as far as you guys know.
It's so far just dragons, really.
It is notable, and I think this is correct. It'll weigh twice as much as it normally would.
It's actually quite lighter.
Is it? I gotta double check.
You've ruled that it's like Mithril, because dragons have to fly, and their bones are lighter, more durable.
That certainly tracks. That makes a lot of sense, and it sounds like
I
something
have to remember all this shit for crafting.
I'm glad you do.
That is actually just perfect because it lets me cut down my costs by a little bit, so I can actually afford it.
Yeah, it's the only reason Nomad's wearing full plate. It's because it's all made of dragon bone and it's lighter than like metal.
So I don't know if this applies. Nordo is conveniently this whole time, way since our first excursion into Chul's Castle Underground that I can't remember the name of. I've been wearing this dragon skull as like a shoulder pauldron.
Oh.
If I just enchant that, would that like have the extra limit? Or does it need to be made from...
It is a dragon, right? It's a real dragon?
Yeah, no, it's a real dragon's skull.
It should?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. In that case, the plan that I told you about earlier, in fact, I'll just have him put that into that pauldron.
Sick. I dig it.
And then I don't have to spend as much on the 3C stones. I can make them a little bigger.
Perfect. You just need to give me, or I need to roll for that.
Cool.
You're spoiled for choice. Just ask anyone.
Yes, Nordo, per usual, doesn't really know how to ask for things. He's just like, I got an idea. But I basically take my Bracer of Defense enchantment, which is +2 AC while I am unarmored, and get some more dense stones for that. And then smash 2 really condensed 6 sea stones into it to give me some like once per long rest spells.
That's way cooler than just
AC.
armor. Yeah.
So anyway, that's the plan. I don't know who wants to roll for it. I guess just whoever. Does Vasu have to do it to get that third? I'm sorry, not Vasu. Does Nomad have to do it to get the 32 limit, or can Gale also do that? Or I guess they could work together on it.
Either one can do it as long as they're helping each other. You get that limit.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess
I'll
if they
help
just want to
Gale.
work together on it.
I'll help Gale do it. He has a plus.
Gale's got to work on some other stuff.
Okay. Nomad and Numad will do it. That is fucking 38 plus 6.
I think you did all right.
44 should do her.
Sick. Then everything that you said is approved. On a 46 with a nat 20, there's probably some minor additional effect. Let me take a gander.
Oh yeah, notably for people who are like, hey, Fire is in Numad's body right now, and that's kind of weird. That was taken care of. In the background, basically. Fire Nomad made a statue of Fire after reading her mind to figure out what her old body was like. And then he true polymorphed the statue into like a soulless version of her Tabaxi body. And then used the semblance engine to just transfer the soul into that one. So she's kind of around now. She can die again, which is horrible. But you know.
Yeah, she seems to be... It's bizarre. She seems almost kind of familiar with the experience of being soul transferred. But this is the first time that she has had it happen where she's put into an organic body instead of into a machine. And it takes her, like an astronaut coming back to Earth, it takes her some adjustment time. There are times when you can tell that she's just, like, forgotten what it's like to be in an organic body. She has difficulty eating. She has difficulty, like, keeping herself groomed for the first few days. All the same, she grows to like the experience. She's very appreciative that she doesn't have to kind of, like, be toted around inside of, well, frankly, Numad, which is a little bit of an even weirder experience for her. And there's also kind of a sweet moment where, well, I guess he's not up here, is he? Just kidding. That won't happen yet. Noted. So that is a big weird thing that Nomad works on over the course of all this. I thought there was one other thing, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, right. The fuck do you guys do with Toto and Mr. White?
Yeah, well...
They're fine.
Just sticking to it?
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, so Ryan made spend a minute. What is the situation? Is Mr. White's soul living in Toto or something?
As part of the chicken
plan,
instead of using a chicken as your intermediary, Toto kind of filled that role. Which is to say, the soul of Mr. White is inside of Toto right now.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. Seems fine. Probably. If Gale thinks it's fine, then it's fine. At least that's Nordhaus deck.
I mean, we have no other option currently other than like we can't transfer Flick out currently, so.
Right.
Does Flick want to be Flick again?
I mean, yes, but I also don't want to really go to hell right now.
It's true, there's a chance that you'll just go to hell.
Hey, facts are really quick. What would the DC be on these spells that I am getting through this item?
Normally 17. I will go and say that because of your nat 20, the DC bumps up to 18 for those.
Okay, terrific.
And I'll get you a proper card at some point.
You're fine.
Likewise, Bossy, with your roll, you're basically able to take all of that Stormbinding Scimitar stuff, but instead of a Scimitar, it's an Arumi. And I'll go grab those stats for you real quick.
So basically have the same effects.
Yep, all of the same effects, but on an Arumi instead of a Scimitar.
So you got range, an additional effect.
Yeah. Also, is it just another stack of Stormbound every time I hit him, or just once per turn? First attack per turn.
Let me double check. Once per turn.
Okay, and is there like a cap to how many stacks they get?
There's no cap. You can just only apply one per turn.
Gotcha.
And then an Arumi is a martial melee weapon with finesse, reach, and 1d8 points of slashing damage. It's a whip that doesn't suck. It's a very good whip. Alright. Gale. What you up to? I don't know if I've actually heard your plans yet. And as always, I'm scared.
It's nothing to be worried about. It's nothing devious. I just want to take some of the like antitoxin that we got,
right?
And I want to just kind of like see if I can put it into like little spherical like BBs that we could potentially either throw or shoot at people harmlessly to just get them like a puff of this stuff.
I love this. Some like antitoxin paintballs, basically.
Basically, just so that when we inevitably get swarmed by the hypnotized drones of Stormcellar, we can just kind of pop them full of antitoxin.
Sick. I fucking dig it. Give me a Tinker's Tools check. Or alchemy if you're better at that, but I think it's all the same.
Make like a gas grenade.
I don't know how much of that stuff we were able to like harvest and get, but I'll make as much as I can.
There was a lot of it in that warehouse, enough to theoretically keep that warehouse running with hundreds, well, not hundreds, but dozens of employees for several months. Do you imagine that there's probably enough to make like 6 digits worth of these paintballs potentially? More than you could ever possibly shoot at every citizen in Stormcellar. Assuming that your aim isn't terrible. And 26 is plenty enough to get started on it. You're basically able to kind of set up this modification to your gun that launches these little clay pellets rather than normal ammunition. The range is lower, obviously, because you have to have a lower muzzle velocity so they don't just shatter inside the chamber.
Right. And also don't kill somebody.
Right, exactly, because clay at a high velocity will absolutely kill someone.
Yeah.
But we'll say, if you fire the gun with a 2060 range, you can launch these non-lethal. Well, 2060 is a little short for a paintball gun. We'll call it 3090.
I mean, even if you just put these into like a sling or something.
Yeah, absolutely. That would work too.
Be like a shotgun.
So yeah, 3090 range or 2060 in a sling, you can kind of deliver them however you want. If you shatter this thing on somebody's skin, it will absorb into their skin and then kind of very fast acting, presumably, break them of the control. Or at least that's the theory. And you've got a very like reliable delivery system. You're able to test it out a whole bunch, kind of get used to the new firing range, become proficient in this new way to fire your gun. You got a plan. And I also love the idea that you just have a backpack full of these things with like delivery tubes that launch it in there or something.
I am going to give everybody in the party a couple of these, just to be like, okay, there's probably a lot of innocent people here that are going to attack us anyways. So, if we can subdue them, that would be ideal.
What's this do? Do you feed it to them?
And no, you just smash it in their face.
Okay.
It's easier than feeding them.
Yeah, you don't want to feed these to them. They'll probably die. I imagine shattered bits of clay pot in your digestive system wouldn't be great.
Could we make it into something we could feed them? I could make a whole big pot of soup for all Storm Cellar. Get them to eat the meal, clear their minds.
We could. I don't think that they're going to be super willing to eat anything from us, though.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense, I guess. If Ozymandias or Ozymandias has them under his control. I mean, some of you guys ain't been willing to eat my cooking on account of them donut nuts. Damn things.
I think if we can get rid of Oz, then maybe we can do a big feast and start to cure everybody who hasn't been cured that way. But at least until Oz is gone and we can disable whatever is pumping in the chemicals, then this will probably have to suffice for short term.
The word big feast just gave me a great idea. Can I... Oh, man.
Oh no.
I'll message you in Discord. It's nothing. I'll just say it. With this item, since he rolled like a fucking 47 or something, can I add Hero's Feast as one of the spells that it can do? Still with the same number of charges, just as another option to spend the charges on?
Hero's Feast has a cost associated with them.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
It does. It costs
Pretty
like...
hefty cost.
Yeah, it costs a lot per casting. You're right. I totally forgot about that.
Which is silly, because it's not... What I
It's
would
pretty
let you
damn
do,
good.
It's pretty damn good. I was going to say it's not that good, but I always forget that like the gold value in default D&D is way less than what we treat it as over here.
It's not even like an appropriate spell for the theme of the item. It's just I'm realizing Nordo should be able to cast Hero's Feast. He's a cook at level 20.
Yeah. What I would let you do is if you chose that as one of your spells for it, using a 6D zone, I would reduce the cost significantly because of your net 20.
Okay.
Probably to... Like, I'd scale it down once just because our gold is less valuable than default gold, and I'd scale it down again because of the nat 20. Probably in the ballpark of like 200
You just
gold.
need to buy balls.
No, it's fine. I'll just keep cooking regular meals like a regular cook.
Alright. Okay. Barring any other last-minute preparations, the next choice is which one of these 3 routes do you take? The shortest is just hop right over the sea. The longest would be to kind of take the western bank of Willingquet, and then do a little bit of island hopping. And then the middle ground would be go over to the east along Eisenmar. The advantage to that one is that you're kind of familiar with all of that territory, whereas you've never really gone along the west coast. Although everybody, like, Yule would tell you, it's all just, like, Willingquet. It's all civilian territory. It's a settled continent. There's not a lot of surprises over there other than, like giant bears in the woods sometimes. There's no secret vampire colonies, I guess is what I'm getting at.
That we know of.
Yeah. I think we just go straight.
Yeah, so it sounds like west is safer, but right across the ocean's quicker and time's of the essence.
Like, it's not even a particularly long journey if we go straight.
I think it's 2 days, something in that ballpark. Sick. Then off we go. Somebody give me a D12 and somebody give me a D4.
Hope that's good and not bad. I was looking at
Not
the Feywild time warp table this week for no particular reason. It's all wonky and backwards. If you roll a nat 20, that's the one that makes it so that it's years.
Yep,
really?
Yeah. 20.
Yeah, it's like a nat 1 turns days into minutes, and a 20 turns days into years.
Yeah, 20 is the worst. It's also worth mentioning, everything besides a 20 is kind of okay.
Yeah, say like
you 18. Don't want a 20.
There's really only like a 5% chance that you get mega fucked.
I mean, 18 to 19 is days to months, which is a lot.
Right.
That
But
is a lot.
Anything 17 or
12
under.
days.
Yeah, anything 17 or under is kind of fine. And you've got like a 50-50 shot of nothing happening. Like I think 7 through 13 is things go normal.
But there's a 1/10 chance that it ruins
There
everything.
is
So I can't.
the
I
1
can't
in
deal
10
with
chance. Yep, no, I could totally get it.
Yeah, totally fine.
You guys
Nothing
have been
bad
fine.
happened.
Really, the roll would happen behind the screen, so let me see.
True. I do like that for 3 separate campaigns, we've been extremely wary. Ooh. Oh, well, you fucked
That
up
was
that one.
fake. I
You
fucked
rolled
it
a
up.
D2.
But there it is. Still, it would have
Yeah,
been like
would've
days
been
turned to
great.
hours.
We would have come out almost immediately. I do like that in like 3 separate campaigns, we've been extremely wary of the time shenanigans, and yet we've never actually suffered those punishments. Although we did succumb to the memory thing in Traits C1.
A few of us did.
Did any of us in Zeke's? I thought one of us did.
Somebody did, but then it's fucking 5e, so someone's like, oh, I'll cast the spell that makes that not a thing.
Yeah.
So it's just not a thing. You know, like casting a 3rd level Dispel Magic on a 7th level World's Most Powerful Bard's Cash spell.
I had to sit there and reread PF2's counter ability, or what is it? What do they call it? Counteract rules, like 14 times before I finally got it. And now that I do, I like it, but holy shit, they could have written those rules so much better. For a system that I normally enjoy the writing for, boy, those rules could use some work. Anyway, you guys begin your journey, setting off brazenly directly across the sea. Things go pretty smoothly for the first day. There are actually a surprisingly high number of just kind of attacks along the way, which is to be expected when you go through the deep ocean. It's why most trips don't go all the way across the sea. There is, in addition to all the smaller attacks by just flying sharks and harpies and the things that you kind of expect, there is one point where a very, very large kind of angry flying turtle, bigger than your ship, kind of like latches onto you and refuses to stop. And you're able to outrun it. It's slower than your ship, but it just like does not give up for a very long time. And unfortunately, the weather is remarkably clear, which doesn't give you a lot of like clouds to hide in or wind to abuse to get away from it. How do you deal with this? How do you deal with a giant flying angry turtle that is chasing your ship down?
Does it seem to be? Well, I'll just try. I'll take my 10 minutes to get up and speak with animals, see if it's capable of conversing.
Yeah. You take some time, and you do eventually learn that it is an aberration, like many sea monsters. It doesn't seem to react very well to that, and it looks angry. It does not look sentient.
Can I just shoot off one of its wings and make it crash land?
You can certainly try. Yeah, you've just got Eldritch Blast, right? Oh my god!
There's a crit.
Alright, you guys kind of bring the ship around to get within, like, volley range, hoping to kind of kite it and just kill it before it can get to the ship and do any damage. Anybody else that has anything they can do from, like, 120 feet out?
Yeah, not quite from 120 feet, but if it gets within range that it's a problem, I'll try to scare it off with that.
Okay. 30 feet is a little close, but we'll hold on to it if it does get through that.
Okay.
Wait, can I use my spells? I forget.
Oh yeah, no, you're Mr.
I can't.
White. Yeah.
Okay, so I can't do that.
Can you do your breath?
I don't think it's that far. One
It
second.
might be, like, high-level dragon breaths, I think, are like 60 feet.
I'm trying to figure out where Mr. White is. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, Mr. White can transform, right? And are you true polymorph, or are you like using his transformation? Oh, you're shape changed using his ability.
Shape changed.
Okay, then you should have access to his breath.
Let's see, what is his breath? Somewhere in here. Maybe
I have
have it.
Yeah, I have a cantrip. I'm just gonna cast it. How many times? Say.
Just do one round for now, and we'll see what happens. Oh, that's good.
29. If Ace is around and I can see it, it's 29.
God, what color dragon am I again?
White.
White.
On account of
Mr. White.
Yeah, you know. Breath is a 90-foot cone.
Oh, plenty. Yeah, you can absolutely try to just scare them off with that. Give me a roll.
Okay. It needs to make a DC 22 con save.
Fucking hell. Big old fail.
Cool.
Oh
72
my
cold
God.
damage.
Okay, yeah, that absolutely does it. You kind of begin to cut a little nearer to this thing, and then just unleash a barrage on it. It realizes that this is not the easy snack that it thought it was going to be, and it begins to kind of peel off and leave you guys alone. And you kind of keep a wary eye behind you to make sure that it doesn't resume the chase, and it seems to fuck off permanently.
Ah, damn. You'll get it back eventually. Oh boy.
There it is.
There we go.
The rest of the night goes pretty smoothly. You guys settle in and are able to get a rest as you continue to sail, somebody watching or taking the night watch. I'm actually going to advance this by a week and then a day because we forgot to do it back in Unmirage. Oh, it's trying. It's trying its best. And one more. Okay, so let's see. You did give me a perception roll up there.
It's a 20.
20 is very good. With a 20, while you're on watch overnight, you notice far off in the distance, in the direction that you're heading, and a little bit west of it, some faint lights. They are kind of flickering. They're a little orangish. They look like distant fire to you, like a distant campfire or something. And they are probably a good still 18 or 19 miles off. The weather is very, very clear. You have great visibility. But you spot what appear to be some distant fires.
Interesting. Like, so we're presumably at altitude. Are they like at eye level or somewhere down below?
Down below. Presumably on the surface of the sea.
Interesting. Can I go get the spyglass and see if I can get a better look?
Yeah, absolutely. Go and give me another one with advantage. Taking a closer look through the spyglass, you're able to see debris, lots of wooden debris, kind of like a shipwreck maybe. But with the 29, you're actually able to discern that while there are ships in the mix with all of this, there's also like buildings, there's roofing, there's thatching, there are docks that are kind of been destroyed and are kind of drifting, a lot of which are set on fire. It looks like there was some sort of big catastrophic event that has left a ton of debris just kind of floating along the ocean current. And it looks recent enough that some of it is still on fire, which is a little bizarre to you.
Okay.
With a 29, do you have... I guess dark vision wouldn't matter here, it's illuminated. Yeah, 29 is plenty. With a 29, you're able to see that some of these fires are what you would expect from a normal fire. However, you spot amongst those fires some small patches of fire that have a bizarre kind of purplish tinge to them. Clearly unnatural, it's not a normal fire. They're just a weird kind of purplish hue to some of these fires.
Okay. I'll go to whoever's at the helm for this watch. I'm guessing probably their flicker mode. So Flick, since he's here. Just like hand him the spyglass and show it to him, point out the weird purple fire. And what do you think about that? What do you think it is?
Hey, purple fire. I've never seen that, I don't think.
Thought of.
You can give me an intelligence check if you want.
Yep.
To see if you've ever seen this before.
thought it was just a boat or something at first, but there's buildings and stuff down there.
Nope, never seen it.
Yeah, it doesn't ring any bells.
Probably should avoid it, I guess.
It's obviously the best choice, but also...
Oh no, I have to talk in the Mr. White voice still. That's
right. And we've established that Sahuagin is canonically pirate accent, so...
Oh no,
Yeah,
not
you're
again.
like 3 layers deep at this point. Good fucking luck.
It's okay. You don't need to copy his accent. That's a cultural thing or something you grew up with. It's not
But then people won't believe I'm him if I don't do it.
Oh, right.
So I have to do it.
You're pretending to be him. Yeah, that makes sense.
Where are we at relative to Storm Cellar? Were we still like a day away or something?
Yeah, you guys are basically right at the halfway point here.
Okay. Yeah, it'll take a minute to kind of wake everyone from their slumber and point it out to everyone and see if anyone thinks differently, but I don't know if it's worth looking into or just leave well enough alone.
What was it?
There's like, looks like, at first it looked like a shipwreck on fire. There's like fire on the surface of the water down there, but when you look through the spyglass, and I'll hand it to you, there's like buildings down there that are on fire, and some of the fires are weird color. Don't look natural. Looks magic.
Yeah. What can I tell about those fires? From just looking.
I guess first give me a perception check with advantage to the spyglass. And then second, we'll see what you do get on that first.
26.
Yeah, you've been guided. You're able to spot him just fine. He kind of points you in the direction of those purple fires. Give me an intelligence check with advantage.
Raw intelligence check. Here you go. 18?
You recognize these fires. You have seen purple fire once before and fairly recently. From the pike beams of the Mind Flayer ship in Beetlejuice. The one that tried to attack the temple as you guys were investigating it. The ones that destroyed the turrets that had been set up around it. This appears to be very similar to those fires. The almost exact shade of kind of this light purple.
Because of my perfect memory, these are from the Mind Flayer attack ships.
Yeah, that's also a thing you have, right?
Yeah. How dare you make me roll for it?
Hey, man. Who knew that Keen Mind was actually useful?
Do you think it's Legion? Is there a Elbrot mind around here they'd be going after?
It might be. I can't see why they'd attack that. Is that a ship, you say? No, it's like it's got...
It looks like buildings.
It's got structures on it.
What I'm wondering is if there was something down at the bottom of the sea they done dug up and it's floating up to the top now.
Perhaps we should investigate. It would be unwise to leave them be.
See if that's where they are. We didn't know where in the whole world we was going to find them, but cutting them down's on our short list of things to do.
And there could be innocent people down there.
I say we go look.
I'm with you on that.
All
No
right.
one else?
Before we get closer, like as we approach the situation, I will, once everybody's awake and around, do my union thing. Where'd it go? Here it is.
I have to re-prepare all my fucking spells. It's been a week.
Oh no.
This is pain incarnate. What's that? Let's see. I have to copy paste it to Telegram and then edit it.
So an important question. Do you guys begin flying over there immediately, or do you kind of linger, let everybody finish their rest? Basically, are you willing to take exhaustion to check this out immediately, or do you kind of just linger until the morning?
Probably rest.
So
say
we'll probably
rest.
like make sure to keep a watch up and keep a close eye on it. But yeah, finish the night until we get our rest in.
All right.
So I
Excellent.
guess I don't do the union thing yet. I'll wait till later.
Yeah.
Um,
Save that.
do you do anything in particular while you're waiting? Do you? I shouldn't prompt for anything. Do you do anything particular while you're waiting?
Yeah. I sent you a thing in Nomad chat.
Excellent.
And that item means I should be able to keep watch without sleeping.
Perfect. Yeah, and with your roll, I would say that cantrips are fine.
Okay, cantrips are fine.
Yep.
I think I'll keep watch and just like, you know.
It is still 8 total power level, which means it will still require attunement.
What's 8? Oh, I thought that was based on the volume.
Nah, it's based on power level
Gotcha.
total. With that said, you can always swap it in at night and take it off in the morning.
Yeah, I'll swap it with the teleportation like helm because I'm not really using it to teleport right now.
Cool.
I know we're pretty far from any like coastline, but are there any critters about, birds flying around, seagulls or anything like that?
Give me a perception check. With a 15, you spot a little bit of normal water life down in the ocean, as you would expect. And also even a couple of aberrations that you kind of have to, like, ring the bell for and fight off when, one of these flying swordfish gets a little bit too feisty. With a 15, though, you do also find, and actually, it would have been easy to spot even without a check, because after a while, during your watch, you notice 2 or 3 seagulls that are just kind of flying around in circles. Which is very bizarre to you. You're in the middle of the ocean. There's no land nearby. You see that there are more that occasionally try to come to rest on some of the flotsam. Some of them are able to find things that have been extinguished, and they kind of settle down on that. But you do see that, 3 or 4 more show up, and they kind of just perch on the bow of your ship. 20 or 30 more minutes pass, and then 7 or 8 more seagulls begin to perch on your ship. They look exhausted. No. They look tired.
Okay.
And after like a couple hours of your watch, your ship is covered in seagulls.
Okay.
Well, I start bringing them bread.
Before we get to being covered in seagulls, I will get my speak with animals up. Spend my time to do that. I think it takes 10 minutes, if I remember. Can't find it.
Yeah, as soon as...
Anyway, speak with animals.
Oh, yeah, as soon as it goes up, you just hear this plethora of just, like, exhausted... Oh, fuck. Oh, I thought we were gonna die. Fuck me. I'm hungry. I'm tired.
We got food for you. A safe place to sleep. What happened?
Fucking shit. You talk. I don't know what happened. There was fire, and all of our homes were destroyed, and there's nowhere to land and sleep, and oh my god, shit was crazy, bro.
All that stuff down there, the buildings and such, all the wood stuff, that's been there a while. That didn't just show up recent.
I mean, that used to be. There were people like you that lived near us, and they made those things. I'm guessing their homes got destroyed too.
Did y'all see what destroyed them, or you just seen the fire?
Fuck no, I think the sun spat at us or something, except it was purple. Just came out of the sky out of fucking nowhere.
Sun spitting purple fire at you, huh?
I always knew the sun was dangerous. I mean, they told me not to look at it, but somebody must have looked at it.
Can I ask a favor of one of y'all in exchange for a little food? Could I...
Oh yeah, fuck man, I'll do anything for food.
If you'll just sit with me here for a minute and then do a quick pass down there so I can get a closer look, I'll try to see what went on here.
Give me animal handling or persuasion. I guess it would just probably be persuasion. Well, either one works.
Cool.
Guess there's nothing stopping you from just animal handling it if they
still
take
rather animal handling.
Sure, and I'll say that speak with animals give you advantage.
Cool.
You find a couple that have been rested up a little bit. The first couple that you talk to are like literally too tired to move. They'd say that they've been flying around for hours looking for somewhere to land and rest. But you find one that had kind of managed to find some extinguished flotsam early on. He's rested up a little bit. And he's willing to kind of go do another pass. Presumably for B-Sense, I guess. I'm guessing that's
Yep, we'll do B-Sense, yep.
Cool.
just to give it a closer look, specifically looking for any, like, I don't know, specific signs of mind flare activity. And before I go to the beast sense, I will tell Nomad, who's with me on watch, I guess, that they say that purple fire came down from the sky. I imagine our friends might be hiding up above. Can't your nautiloids turn invisible?
I believe they can. Some of them can, not all of them.
But apparently there was some sort of settlement here of some sort. I don't know how. There ain't no island here, I don't think. No land, but people lived here.
If it's like Eridonist or Beetlejuice, they could have been underground, or they could have been a floating city. Do we know of any settlements that are like floating or nomadic?
You could give me a history check, and Vasu could give me a cartographer's tools check if he wants.
Cool.
That Vasu.
21.
21, you've heard stories of the occasional, like, flotillas and things like that. The Wandering Sun is honestly the closest thing you can think of, a big wandering city that kind of floats over the ocean. Apart from that, not really. Mostly just because the seas are fucking dangerous. Nobody would want to live directly on the sea. That's crazy.
Fucking aberrations everywhere.
I do not have cartographer's tools. Do you mean like survival because of my background thing?
He's got like the cartographer background feature thing.
Yeah, that's appropriate. That'll work. 27 is very good. You would know that in addition to the hook diamonds, which are closer to home, there are occasionally just dots of little floating islands, or even non-floating islands throughout the ocean. Most of them,
like just actual real-life islands.
Yeah, just little islands, just kind of spread out throughout the sea. Most of them are not mapped because why would they be? There's nothing really there, and the ocean is super fucking dangerous. But it's not unreasonable that there could be a tiny little abandoned island somewhere out here. You certainly don't know of one specifically, but it's a possibility.
Alright, and after that's done, I'll make sure that the seagulls who need a place to rest find one, and then I'll be sense on whoever is willing to go down there.
Alright, you find a volunteer and he begins to swoop down. Give me perception.
Is this my perception or his? You use your actions to these size. Doesn't really say if it's my perception or its.
We'll go with yours. There's no way that I don't think seagulls have like dark vision or anything, but there's a lot of fire down there anyway.
If it doesn't specify the beast senses, it would use yours.
Yeah,
cool.
Does any other one specifies like use?
Yeah,
your familiar senses or something. The
phrasing is like you see through the beast's eyes and hear what it hears, which to me sounds like it's vision and hearing.
Probably would. We'll go with this and see what happens.
Rolls dog shit anyway.
Alright, as it swoops down through the darkness, thankfully, as established, clear sky, a decent bit of moonlight, and also some fires around to illuminate things. You find at first the things you would expect. There are kind of somewhat primitive houses, thatched roofs, light wood. They look very much like you would expect from not a little lower than like your home back in Melnoa. This is closer to like what you would expect from Kubatoa or Grung or one of those kind of smaller and a little more primitive species. Lots of grass huts, the occasional rowboat, signs of life for sure. Signs that there was a village of some sort. No signs of land whatsoever, but you do see floating palm trees. You see ferns and stuff that are kind of scattered across the surface of the ocean. A lot of it is on fire, and those fires seem to mostly originate from sources of purple fire, which seem very resilient. They don't seem to get extinguished easily, so they keep setting other things on fire. You do spot once you're down there, or rather the seagull does, bodies. Some of animals, including terrestrial animals that would not be able to survive without land of some sort. You find ocelots, you find mice, you find rodents, a couple of koalas even. Some of them doing their best to dog paddle and stay alive. Many have already succumbed. Some have been devoured by sharks or aberrations. You do eventually also find humanoid bodies. There are a couple of Sahuagin, but most of what you find are Grung. You do not spot any survivors. You probably count over the course of this flight maybe 10 to 12 Grung, all of which are dead, some very seriously burned, some impaled by debris that was probably caused by whatever did this. But no signs of an island, no signs of where all of this stuff was coming from, except that it kind of is following a water current, an ocean current, and it seems to kind of wind off into the distance. You suspect that you're probably pretty far away from where this all originally happened, and it's just been carried by the ocean current.
Oh, okay. Boy, I don't know how I didn't know this, but any sense of like how long ago this happened? Can I it's a seagull. Can I tell by looking through the seagull's eyes how long one of these bodies has been dead or something?
It's not unreasonable. I'm definitely going to give you disadvantage, but you can give me a medicine check.
And also, did any of them have the telltale, I don't know, like a big giant fucking hole in the back of their skull where something has eaten their brain?
A very reasonable question. With the 22, you don't spot any that are like missing their cranium or anything telltale like that. However, you can tell that there is one particularly well-preserved body that is kind of floating on top of a rowboat. It looked to have taken. It looks like it was impaled by some sort of like fishing spear, basically straight through the center of the head. Probably died instantly, and because it's in a boat, hasn't really been bothered too much by the sea life. And it looks to be no more than a few days old. Definitely not within the past few hours, but it's probably within a few days.
Okay. And can I get a sense of which direction it's moving? By following it, does it go like where it came, like direction it came from and is moving toward?
The ocean current kind of leads. I'll just start marking some stuff on the map. You guys are at about the halfway point here, and the ocean current kind of seems to wander like that, as best as you can make out. And you spotted the wreckage right about here.
In direction, is that like flowing towards Storm Cellar or away?
Away from Storm Cellar.
Okay. Intriguing. Alright. Once the seagull kind of finishes its path of flight, unless it notices anything else, I'll relay that information. Looks like this happened somewhere else, a couple days north of here. And it's just floated out this far, kind of up in the direction of Storm Cellar. Actually, Gale, is there ever any frog people or shark people that live up in your way? It's all just kobolds.
I don't know. Would I know that?
Give me history.
Because all of them is shark people and frog people.
With a 19, you would know that very few things live immediately surrounding Storm Cellar, just because there is a terrible, dangerous storm going at all times. Except for ogres, some giants, and some rock elementals. A couple of galebs. But even those tend to live further west. With that said, you would know, and you probably actually passed by a couple as you were doing your grand submarine voyage with Marvel. There are occasional dotted kind of tropical islands just throughout the sea here. And sometimes they have light populations. Grung are not uncommon. Sahuagin from time to time. It seems likely that they probably came from one of those little dotted islands rather than from the mainland of Saznak.
I might be able to follow the wreckage back to where it happened if we keep looking. But
yeah.
I suppose that's after we get a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
There ain't nothing we can do for these people now. I didn't see not one of them alive down there.
Yeah, whatever it was destructive.
Alright. You guys are able to settle back in, keeping a watch up overnight in case anything weird happened. Seagulls continue to accumulate on the deck of the ship. But eventually you do get a rest. Which brings us to the morning of Wednesday, November the 20th. And you guys kind of have an option. You can continue flying straight north towards Storm Cellar, or you can divert slightly to follow the wreckage. They both kind of take you up in that direction, but following the wreckage will add a little bit of extra time.
I'll keep the seagulls like well fed and get them, safe places to rest for the night. And in that process, with speak with animals, I'll ask them collectively if you think y'all could lead us to where this happened, show us where all this stuff came from.
Boy, birds have a good innate sense of direction. Are seagulls migratory? Hang on.
Ain't got to go all the way up to it or nothing. I know it was dangerous, but just point us in the right direction.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Okay, seagulls are migratory. They have a great sense of direction. Yeah, they're very willing to kind of point you in the direction that they came from. And unsurprisingly, it's kind of as easy as just following the trail of debris. It seems to have been kind of up north, a little bit westward of your destination. It looks like it would take you off by like a hex or two. Notably, as you continue northward, even before you commit to like going one path or another, the trail of debris begins to thin after a little while. And then there's a point where, I guess, give me a perception check.
I'm gonna use the spyglass still for advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. 26 is very... after a few hours, the trail of debris begins to thin, and you are able to figure out pretty quickly the reason it's thinning is because the current isn't moving as strongly. So things are starting to kind of get stretched a bit. With a 26, however, after another like 30 minutes or so, you notice that some of the debris that was kind of sitting at just a standstill is actually drifting back north the other direction. Very slowly, but with a 26 you're able to pick that up.
Interesting. Well, that don't make much sense. Some of this stuff's going the wrong way.
You continue on for a little bit until eventually, carrying on that 26, you see off in the distance, far to the west, probably about 30 or 45 minutes out of your way, a plume of mist rising up from out of the ocean in roughly the direction that you would have expected the current to come from. This plume of mist shoots up into the sky easily a good couple hundred feet. You had waterfalls back in Melnoa. You've seen towering mist before. It looks very much like that, except it's just on the surface of the ocean, which is bizarre to you.
Well, I think whatever happened, it happened here.
Yeah, does this appear to be like ground zero of a big blast site?
Possibly. Give me a perception check.
Can I also look for nautiloids?
Yes, absolutely. Give me a perception check.
Yeah. Can Ace do his ping?
Yes, he certainly can.
Here's
Also,
my perception.
Since Ace is not here, can he, with his true sight lens, look through the thing?
Yeah.
Or I'll borrow.
Absolutely. I'll double check the range of that, and also it is noteworthy. Somebody give me a D12 and somebody give me a D4 real quick. Okay. Visibility is a little bit lower today, but you're still, at this height, able to see like a good 12 miles off. Ace's range on his ping is about 5 miles, so he's still a little bit too far that he would be able to spot it. But as you get closer, he will. And I will check the range on his true sight. I can't remember if it has one. I hope to God it has one.
As long as Ace can see it, I have advantage in perception check, so it's 25.
Let's see. Monocle.
Check.
Yeah, and his true sight is 120 feet.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
With that said, those are both good perception checks. Nordo, in particular, looking for illithid ships. Yeah, 25 is very good. You see nothing for a long time. But there is a point where you see a little flock of seagulls suddenly drop. It's like they ran into an invisible object, smacked themselves, gave themselves a concussion, and began plummeting down towards the ocean. And it seems to be very near that plume, a couple of 100 feet up in the air. And because you're kind of, you know what you're looking for, and you've been aware of these things, it seems very reasonable that they flew into some big invisible ship.
Cool.
Nomad, with your spyglass in 25, looking for signs of a ground zero. You can tell that this mist is rising up, and you're able to definitively tell it is mist and not smoke, which is unusual to you. It's still too far away to be able to make out exactly what is going on. You can say for certainty, there's no island over there at all. It is just the sea. However, you do see that the waves get choppier around it, and you can make out with a 25 the debris that was kind of following the ocean currents is flowing back towards that column of mist. You see bits of jetsam just kind of drifting in that direction as if they're being sucked towards it.
Okay. I'd like to attune to the ring that makes me not need to sleep.
Sure.
And attune to one of the masks.
Okay.
I don't know which one yet. I'm looking through them.
All right. Good luck.
I'll
I tell
point out.
everyone. Just missed.
So I'll point out there's something that we can't see. What's floating up above that mist? A couple seagulls just smacked right into it. Suspect our company probably sees us coming.
Oh, who do you think they are?
I guess there could be somebody besides the Mind Flayers would have invisible ships and purple fire, but it sure seems like a safe bet it's them. No one knows what they're doing here. What was on that island that they killed all these people for? Guessing an Elbrot mind. But they, as of now, they don't know that we know that they're here, so it's some sort of surprise attack. Fire some cannons at their invisible ship while they don't know either that while they're there.
That could work.
Yeah, we can try. I really wish I could just, like, strap this bomb to their ship, but
I mean, you could
in a way
try.
that wouldn't... I mean, they'll just find it right away and remove it.
Well, strap it on and then blow it up right away.
Right?
Well, it's a slow-acting bomb. It's less of a bomb and more of just a storm that slowly does damage.
A natural disaster in a bottle.
Yeah.
On one hand, they can't get away from it unless they teleport.
Don't suspect that'd be too big of a problem for them.
Well,
on the other, we're kind of in its blast just for a while.
Also that.
Well, not for a super long time. It's only a mile.
I was gonna say they're a good 12 miles out still.
Yeah. So as long as we stay a mile away, we'll be fine.
Well, let's go shoot them.
I think we should go shoot them as well.
Sure.
All right. You guys begin to divert course in that direction. How do you approach?
We don't have the ability to be invisible no more, do we? Or wait, the Crescent King has that. It's just Tornado what doesn't.
Yeah.
Right.
It is worth mentioning. The weather today is a lot more cloudy. In fact, it's pretty cloudy. You would have to go up quite a bit to get up to that cover. But in theory, you could try to use those as cover.
Hear me out. We sail directly above it. I summon the crust of tears and we drop them down to see what's going on down there. It'll be their second reconnaissance mission.
The crustaceans.
Seems like a good use for those guys as well.
How? That's insane. How high is the the base of the clouds versus where this invisible ship is that I vaguely think I kind of know where it is?
The lowest clouds are probably at about 8,000 feet. The ship is probably at well, I guess that actually would be kind of high. Like 3,500 feet.
Still, I don't know if the Crustaceans are going to survive that fall, and that's even if I can stick the landing. And again, I guess they could fly. Some magic. There's got to be a better way. Oh, they have a fly speed. They have their own fly speed of 5 feet.
They're angels now.
They're so slow.
I had to check if they were actually celestials, because I would be able to talk to them, but fortunately they are still beasts, which is good. Oh, they can speak common though now. We're good.
They truly are above beyond.
They are. I love them.
All right.
More than I can explain.
So you guys are going to fly above the ship through the cloud cover?
So maybe start with that just for scouting purposes and then see what we see.
All right. Let me get a sailing check from somebody to try to get over there using the clouds as cover.
God, I don't have that anymore. Yeah, Gil probably should do it.
Plenty.
Does it say how you unlock these dormant powers in the stars below?
Let me double check. I think it's down at the very bottom.
Oh, but it's blocked out. I'm supposed to pretend those are invisible, right?
Oh, I think you learn it when you attune to it.
Okay, I mean, I'm attuned to the stars below, I guess.
Yeah.
Just kind of wear it like a mask. Can I wear it as a mask, or does it have to be?
No, absolutely.
Cool. Did remove my helm.
You guys are able to deftly bring the ship up, kind of use the low clouds as cover, until you are positioned directly above this thing. Because of the clouds, you're not able to see super well directly below you. But you kind of hang at the edge expertly with a 32, where you can kind of have a vision on them, but you're still concealed pretty well. You can also tell, as you approach, looking down, the ocean is being drawn towards this site, which appears to be a hole in the ocean. You can see that several hundred feet wide, there is just this massive hole in the ocean where water is pouring in from all sides, carrying little bits of what's left of the wreckage and debris that falls down this waterfall into a dark pit. You're not really able to make out the bottom of it from this distance, but it appears that they have somehow made a hole in the ocean and that the ocean is falling into this hole.
I have unlocked almost all of these. Based on the things we've done.
Did you do it while you were attuned to the mask?
No.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. You have to be attuned to them to unlock it?
You do, unfortunately.
They were on our person.
The first one is already done. That one counts.
Yay. It's unlikely anything else is gonna do all that again. Hey, mask. Tap into my memories and see perfectly what we did.
I mean, if you still have Wildstone, I think that one would be done immediately.
Technically, yeah. We've got 9C Stillstone and other Stillstone, tremendous rarity of value.
Yeah.
We do have Wildstone. That one will be done.
We'll at least mark those 2 off real quick, and if you want, you can pick 2 of those things to unlock.
Oh, I've already done literally just the other day. Animate or polymorph a mundane object into a living statue, and then put a soul into it.
That one's recent enough that I'll count it, so you can mark 3 of these off.
Yay! Obtain a prized special treasure from a horde of a dragon beholder. Like, I think this counts very much with all of the loot we got. So it's obtain a prized special treasure, use magic to animate or polymorph a mundane object, and obtain wildstone. Those are the 3 that I think counts.
Yeah.
Oh, we need to find a shipwreck.
So actually, that unlocks all 3 of the locked effects. So I will just mark all those up there for you. In the meantime, what do you guys do?
One quick question.
Sure.
So for one of the masks, it's win a naval battle or commandeer a ship. Did we commandeer the
Storm Titan? Hell yeah, we did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Storm Titan, and also for the record, the
Wandering Sun.
Wandering Sun.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the scimitar.
So that's one on the Tides of Erasure.
Surely several of these guys have been awakened by our deeds. We haven't really been tracking that.
Let's just attune to them all and just check out what.
Alright, I believe with those 3 done, you have fully awakened stars below. And let me go look at the tides.
Boy.
Oh, that also means it becomes a
Okay.
+3. No matter.
Oh,
This is-
cool.
I've tried to fake sell you on this so many times, but this one I'm going to really try to sell you on.
Okay.
Witness or participate in a tremendously coordinated artistic group performance, like a famous orchestra or trapeze ensemble, or dropping the Wandering Sun and a burning comet into the sea.
You know
That
what?
sounds pretty cool.
I like it. I think that he would accept that one. That will get him riled up enough. I think.
Fantastic.
Hell yeah.
I can probably also do like command a large group of fighters to victory in battle, which also just happened, but it's more important to me to get the artistic group performance that I've been fighting for so long.
What's it mean to be a +3?
Let me double check. I think it adds 3 to all of the DCs for these effects, but I'll check in a second.
Okay. For DC sent to hit effects?
Let's see. Double check.
Currently it's 18 and the +10. So if it's a +3, it becomes 21 and +13?
Correct, yes.
Sweet, sweet, sweet.
And also, I think I made a point of piloting one of the ships while we were inside the big storm thing.
He did specifically.
Yep, absolutely.
So that would cover one more.
Alright, I believe that means you are also fully awakened. Here is low tide, and it is up to a +3.
Oh shit, these go to +3 fully awakened?
Sure do.
My god, I would have been fighting for this so much sooner. I didn't realize that was at +3.
The DC and the to hit.
Jesus, and it goes up to 21.
And if that's attached to a weapon, do I get the +3 on the weapon?
I believe so.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, if it's already a +1, does that make it a +4?
No, it does not stack. You
Okay.
take the higher of the 2.
Okay, so I get a +3. Okay, cool.
And importantly, that is just for weapons. It's not like the Moon Touch Scimitar or whatever.
Yeah.
Rod of the Pack Keeper.
Oh, I forgot. This mask isn't attached to my axe. It's attached to something else.
Oh,
Bollocks. I mean, it's still great for it to be +3, but
what does it touch at? It was something.
it's basically just itself. I attached my
Oh.
Constitution amulet to it.
Oh,
I'm kind of just wearing the mask. I know that's not quite exactly how it was supposed to happen, but
kind of slap it on there.
Yeah.
There you go.
my amulet of health is combined with my mask.
Let's see. That means you get Earthwalker.
I'm dying to know. because I believe this lets me pull motherfuckers into the ground with me, which is just very exciting.
Stars Below hasn't been updated with +3 yet. Marching Mountain Blood. What's that last thing you unlocked?
That was the thing that I used on Anton.
Oh.
You have to get all of the charges rounded up, and then you spend all of them at once, and then
Pretty hot.
you start your next
Like,
turn by
literally
making
hot,
an attack. It does a fuckload of fire damage and stuns. It's also one of the only things I've ever spent the charges from this thing on, because I never hit a target enough times in a row they're always dead before I get enough charges to do anything with them.
Yep.
It's best on the boss, really.
That's the thing, even on bosses, I usually only get
Die.
maybe a third round of attacks in, and by then it's too late.
5e combat short, it only usually lasts 3 rounds.
But saving the stacks or the charges up to do these higher level things has been the ticket.
Yeah. Alright, with all of those awakened and updated, you guys are now hovering directly above, although a good 6,000 feet above. This hole in the ocean that mist is kind of pluming up out of. You can see that a waterfall is carrying flotsam down into this hole. And you know that somewhere between you and the hole, almost halfway through, there is an invisible nautiloid. You are close enough that Ace is able to do his ping, and he detects a wealth of aberrations. He does not detect... Ooh.
I'm going to go ahead and say Stephen was here. He would ask for a specific number.
He would, and that is in the spirit. Okay, boy. Okay.
Is that what the official word is for a group of aberrations? A wealth?
Wealth, yeah. It's like a murder of crows, a wealth of aberrations.
Well, I think it would be like a
Commonwealth.
A spaghetti bowl of
I
aberrations.
thought it would be I thought it was a hive.
Hive makes a lot of sense. Although I think hive implies a social grouping, yeah.
Are they not? I mean, it's a hive mind.
Maybe.
Right? I think it's a collective.
Okay, exact number. Here we go. 112 within 5 miles. However, with his cool wisdom and his experience using this feature, he's able to determine that directly below you, there are...
trillion.
34.
If a group of squids is called what's it called? A squad?
Pod?
It's a squad.
A squad, okay.
Is it a squad of...
What about a group of octopuses, though?
They're solitary, so they don't think they have a group.
Whales is a pod.
That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah. Would a group of octopi be an octoposse?
I like that now.
Yeah, definitely is now. Alright, what do y'all do? You know that lingering here is going to risk you being spotted. So if you've got a plan, you probably want to do it.
I don't know if we even really need to get too cute here. Just jump aboard and go find some mindfuckers to fuck.
Yeah.
I don't know, I guess they're clever, they're schemers, but I ain't never been a good schemer.
Does anybody have see invisibility?
Not prepared. I could prepare it this morning, I guess.
Well, you wouldn't have known.
Right.
I wouldn't have known.
I
mean, Ace
I
can
don't
see.
have my spells, I forgot.
I mean, Ace can literally see.
Ace has 120 feet of it, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. See invisibility has no range.
Right. That's why I was wondering if anybody had it, because it would just be sight. Because like I have a way to deal with the invisibility, but I need to get pretty close.
Mr. Artificer, what level is see invisibility?
Second.
Do we have a 2 sea stone that you can slap into some random item for a one-time use of see invisibility?
It takes like an hour.
Yeah, it would take an hour.
Oh,
You
okay.
back away for a bit and then come back.
Like,
we don't know when if they fuck off or anything.
Time's of the essence.
Yeah, if they've been here for like
a day, this happened 2 days ago. So.
Yeah, like I don't know. I think we can spare an hour.
Be done.
They might almost. Oh no, any hour now. Because we've seen them. The cutscene's gonna play.
So the thing is, they've seen us too. So like,
yeah, we're not exactly hidden or invisible.
So we got within the range where we could see them, and then went to go hide. But like, if they have anybody on watch, they definitely saw us.
See invisibility is. I don't know if invisibility can just be like turned off with the dispel magic.
If it's a spell, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think this is a spell. Is the thing.
Right, but I have a way to deal with it regardless. I need to be close.
Same.
How close?
Let me double check.
Okay, so it's an artificer, bard, sorcerer, wizard spell. I have it, but I don't have it prepared, and it's not a ritual. No. Pretty sure it's not a ritual. Yeah, it's not a ritual.
60 feet.
Yeah, that's pretty damn close. I was gonna say, we just start riding up toward it, and as soon as we get to 60 feet, you do whatever you're gonna do. We wouldn't really have the element of surprise, but...
Well...
Can we go invisible?
We can't. As, like, the ship can't, but... One of us is a dragon. And if I ride Flick and we're both invisible, and I can get close to it, I can deal with the invisibility, and that can be your guys' cue to come in guns blazing.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before we go, then, can I buff everyone?
I say before we execute this plan, I got a couple buffs too.
Yeah.
As long as they're long.
Yeah,
So
this is about an hour each.
Mine's 10 minutes. So I'll wait until like you're on Flick's back and ready to go, and then I'll do the union thing.
How many of us are here?
5. Missing Motonace.
Okay.
6 if you count Toto.
Alright, Toto.
I don't think Toto needs this because he's immune to psychic and stuff.
Yeah, Toto will be fine.
He's immune to charm as well, right?
Mm-hmm. No.
I'll include Toto in Union in case he has to make an ability check or something. It's for attack rolls and saves too, actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll include Toto in Union since...
Okay, yeah, he is
So-
immune to charm.
Yeah, 5 of us, because that's the only thing keeping Mr. White from possessing him. Like I remember him being immune to charm. Everyone gets freedom of cognition. Essentially, that just means
That's cool.
for duration. It's like freedom of movement, but for your mind.
I like it. It's neat. See, I'll drop Weir Union right as you get on Flick and get ready to go, and then I will also do my...
6 times 5 is
Free.
30 mana, right?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
I'll do my free cast of Gift of Alacrity on myself, and then I will hard cast Gift of Alacrity. Go ahead and do it on Gale.
I am going to ritual cast water breathing on everybody.
Ooh.
Good call. Good call.
Just in case.
That's a good idea. That's a fucking good idea.
Ends up in
Really,
the
really
water.
great idea.
It's not going to save you from aberrations, but you know.
Yeah,
Save
at least you
myself
won't
from
drown.
aberrations.
And I can cast spells underwater.
Alright.
See ya.
You guys take some time ritual casting a bunch of buffs, throwing up some Gift of Alacrity, some Freedom of Cognition, coordinating so that they all kind of get done at the exact same time. So far, you've not been spotted, or at the very least, you haven't seen any indication that you've been spotted. I guess it would be a little hard to tell because it's invisible, but, you know, nothing has shot at you, at least.
Right. Do your thing, little dragon. And big dragon. Both dragons. Do your thing, dragons.
All right. I'm gonna tap look on the leg and gonna upcast invisibility.
Excellent.
Okay, and I guess I'll just end the shape change. Or polymorph or whatever it is.
Alright. I assume that you kind of have to, like, leap off and then end it so that you don't suddenly become a dragon on the deck of the ship.
On the boat, yeah.
Which is a terrifying thought, but super badass in practice.
It's a super cool mental image of, like, Gale piggybacking on Mr. White's back, and then he jumps off the ship and then goes all dragon mode. I like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And none of us see any of it.
None of you see a damn thing. It's all invisible.
But damn, would it have been cool.
Ace does. Ace can see it.
That's
probably.
true.
That's true. He does catch it as you guys kind of circle around the ship until you get out of range. He's able to at least confirm that your friends have not died after they jumped off the ship. What do you guys do next?
Flying over.
Yep, fly in.
All right. You do either of you have special senses, a way to like spot the ship as you, or are you just flying until you bump into something?
I have blind and blind sight up 60 feet and
Okay.
dark for 120. So
Excellent, excellent. 60 feet of blind sight is a lot. And I assume that you're moving kind of carefully so that you don't just smack into it all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's dive bombing right at the trap.
Yeah.
A bird into a glass wall.
He's not used to this body.
Well, that was my plan. So
I guess give me either your choice of a luck check or a perception check. Either one's fine.
Add a D4.
Let me see what my perception is. Oh, it's a 0 anyway. And then a D4. 11.
All right.
That's a luck check, I think. Oh no, I can't add the D4 to a luck check.
Sure you can. It's an ability check.
Is it? Okay.
I don't know.
No, yeah, luck checks. They are ability checks, but they can only be affected by things that actually modify your luck somehow.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Which does exist in this world because it's fantasy.
Mhm.
I literally had to go Google alacrity to find out if that was a word for like luck, and it is not. It is a word for
No,
like
this isn't from
readiness.
Alacrity. It's the Peace Cleric thing, the We Are Union, which also has nothing to do with luck.
Yeah, fair. All right. You begin to kind of circle out downward towards where you think the ship might be. At the last second, thanks to your alacrity, you do suddenly sense just a wall of invisible flatness ahead of you that you're approaching. You kind of do like an air brake, and then you begin to kind of circle around it, suspecting that it's probably the ship, and you begin to kind of, just scout it out, get a sense for it, get a feel for what its shape is and where a dock might be that you could land on. And after a little bit of investigation and flying around it and kind of testing the edges of your blind sense, what you discern is a large invisible egg shape.
There's a force field.
That is a reasonable conclusion, yeah.
Well, that's great. That kind of ruins the plan of strapping a bomb to it. I've just given up on doing it a voice because I can't do 3 voices at the same
I
time.
feel that so much.
Can you pass through it? Like touch it?
I feel like touching it will give away our position, but I can try if you want me to.
Sure.
Okay. Can I tell people on the boat that's what we're doing still? I forget how far that goes.
Yeah, how far is your telepathy range? I know it's like super huge now, but I forget what it actually is.
he's dead.
Is Nomad
He
dead?
died.
Sorry, what was that?
What's the range of your telepathy thing now? Can they communicate?
270.
Okay, you guys are way
But
past
also we have Rari sub.
That's fair. Varys is like the whole plane, right?
Yeah, it's like basically as long as we're in this plane.
Perfect. Then yeah, you guys are able to communicate back.
Okay, as they inform me that that's what they're going to try to do, can I retroactively think back to when those seagulls hit this force field? Did it look like they hit it and were zapped and killed, or just they whacked into a window?
Absolutely. Give me a retroactive perception check, because it's retroactive. It'll be disadvantage. 14. Hard to say if it was zap. What you do know for sure is it went dead limp when it fell. It did not it wasn't like it was flapping its wings all confused or whatever. It just went dead limp and dropped.
Maybe not the best idea. Those seagulls didn't seem to like touching it.
Oh, that makes sense. I need to do this voice an octave deeper, but I don't think I can do it.
Oh, you just have to do it like this. Put some real gravel into it.
The deeper you go, the easier the pirate voice gets.
I was going to say, we're getting back to the pirates, and I love it.
Alright, that's fair, because I can do it down here a little bit.
This is your mind voice. Right. It doesn't have to be deep.
Or it's everything. All 4 voices at the same time. It's
my inner monologue has always had a deep voice.
Wow, you sound completely different from what you sound like in person.
It's almost hard to do a deep voice without doing a pirate accent.
It's true. It kind of is. Alright.
Yahar!
This plan not be working. What do we do now?
Well,
I mean, I also have more HP than God, so I could do it, but...
Sure, you could just check what it does.
Yeah.
Raptors testing the fence.
What are the odds it's going to do 333 HP of damage?
Just make Dunstan touch it.
Oh, but I don't want to fry Dunstan.
He'll come back.
That's the spirit.
Why didn't we think of this sooner?
What's good?
Where's
What good is a
Shu?
flying monkey if you don't use it?
Right, it's a flying monkey. It's probably with you.
Shu has died so many times before she doesn't even have any fear of death.
It's true. This will be Dunstan's first time dying, so I don't want him
The only time you should be afraid if it's a portal to the Crosswinds, then it destroys the soul and they don't come back. Or Nibbler is alive but paralyzed for life. I'm trying to fix it. It's taking some time.
Yeah, we haven't done it yet this session. Give me a luck check, Nomad.
Oh, a luck check. It's just a D20, right?
Yep.
So rarely rolled it. Oh!
Nothing happens.
Okay. I don't know what that
20. Okay.
It's to be a 20.
How much force can we conceivably fire an object with?
Fuck, man, I don't know. You tell me. What do you got?
You have a cannon. You have the catapult cantrip. You want to throw it with your hand, shoot it.
I'm just wondering, if you hit a force field with a force field, what happens?
I like Autoluke's rules, which is to say that it kind of it's like a rat in a hamster ball. So, in theory, if you were to hit the force cage hard enough, it would kind of fly into the object inside of it and then push it, or damage it potentially even.
If they have a force field around the ship, presumably, as best we can tell, right?
Seems to be the case.
Okay. And then, if we have, say, I don't know, a bomb, and we put an Odalux around that, and then fire the Odalukes at that force field, did they just impact normally, or with enough force could it like penetrate?
Boy.
It's an immovable object versus unstoppable force kind of situation.
Well, kind of, except they're both explicitly movable. I think what would happen is the same thing as if you took a big hamster ball and put a ship inside it, and a little hamster ball with a bomb in it, and then you threw the two hamster balls together. Which is to say they would kind of collide off of each other. The little one would bounce off with a little plank, and both of them would get rattled a little bit.
It's a pool ball.
Yeah. You would know that there are spells made to get through force field. Notably, there's just the one spell, because this is 5e. But I don't know if anybody has Disintegrate.
I do, but it's not prepared.
I literally considered it to be one of the spells that I was going to put on my
It would make a lot of
my
sense.
item. I know.
It'd be very fitting.
Like, turn into sand sort of thing, but here we are.
You say there's only one, but...
What about Passwall? Does Passwall work?
Passwall does not.
Stupid.
But there is a lovely first level spell that does.
There's also our dear
also-
friend Toto.
It's also anti-field if you don't have prepared.
Yeah, it's fair. There's more options. There's plenty of options. This is your job. You guys come up with the options. I make problems.
Based on... There's no way that I would be able to determine this.
I can just Misty Step to the other side of it and then see if I can find the switch, but it's invisible. I'm immune to death. You want me to just jump into it and see if I go through?
Yeah, so are all of us.
I'm the most immune to death. If anyone's gonna touch it, I should do it.
Well, you're going to go to hell if you die.
Yeah, so that's
We have to
the
go
thing.
there anyway, so just go find me and
Yeah, but
that I'm not.
we need you free. We need you free in order to help fight your way out.
Hey, how big is Mr. White?
Oh boy.
Gargantuan.
He was big enough that he like ate half of the ship that we were on initially, right?
Yeah, he took a big old chunk out of it.
Cool. Perfect. Excellent. I have a plan.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
I need you to fly under the ship because this is only going to work if this needs a certain thing to be true, and I need to test it first. So I need you to go underneath the force field, assuming that it's spherical.
Okay.
Alright. Kind of fly down underneath this egg shape, and you find yourself at the bottom of an egg shape.
Cool. Perfect. I'm going to climb up on Flick's head. I'm going to be like, okay, sorry about this. And I'm going to stick my hand into his nose.
Alright.
I'm going to pull out a big old loogie.
Awesome.
Make sure it's nice and gross and sticky.
It's a little
I'm
cold,
gonna-
too, which is weird.
Oh, great. We're going to slather that shit all over the bomb.
Okay.
And then I'm going to say, okay, don't move. And I'm going to try to Misty Step straight up through the force field
Boy.
and see if it catches me. And if it doesn't, I'll just land back on Flick's back.
Okay. Boy, there are so many variables involved here. I really love it. Okay. First of all...
22 intelligence artificer couldn't make glue?
I don't... Not on Flick's back.
Yeah, it's just resourceful.
Okay. There are so many moving parts to this plan. I love it. Let's start with the
No, there's
silly...
only one moving part. Can I Misty
It's
Step
Gale.
through this force field?
Let's start with the silly one first. Give me a con check from the dragon to see how sticky your mucus is.
How stinky!
Yeah. Just because this is
Is that
the
a
only
con
time...
check?
Yeah, a con check. I will take
Okay.
I will take any opportunity to shoehorn in a
Do
con
we want
check.
high or low
You
for
want high. You
mucus?
want high.
Okay.
No,
High
no,
is
no,
always
no,
good.
no, no, no. You want low for sticky mucus.
No, man, I would much rather have one hard
Healthy.
mucus nugget in my nose than like a runny, squishy thing. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Runny squishy is worse.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So it'd
Okay.
be lower con.
Well, perfect. 18 is perfect. 18 is hard enough that it works like tack, but it's still gummy enough to be sticky. This is
God, I
perfect.
like that
This is the weirdest roll.
You rolled the perfect number. We're good. So that check is complete. Okay, the next step is Gale cannot see the dragon, which means he's going to misty step straight up, totally blind to everything, and then Flick has to try to catch him.
Well, I assume that Flick is kind of like...
Flick has blind
Big
sight.
enough, he probably can just land
That's true.
anywhere.
You're big.
He also has blind sight as a dragon.
Yeah, exactly. Flick has the blind sight, so this is going to be a Flick catching check. If
it's
he doesn't
not gonna
go in the force field in the first place.
I mean, it's not going to matter because I'm not going to be invisible as soon as I miss
Oh
this.
yeah, you cast a spell, you won't be invisible.
True.
Like,
Okay.
this ship is going to start attacking me real soon. So
All right. Let me read.
Wait,
this.
didn't you use greater, or did you just use regular?
no, I only had regular.
Okay.
Surrounded by silver mist.
I also wanted something that was going to last a long time because we had to fly a bunch.
That's fair.
And let me read how this works. Choose. Trapped. Okay. Yeah, fucking sick. Gale, you ready yourself. You cast Misty Step, and you become visible. You feel yourself shunted up 30 feet straight up. There is a short fall. And then a lot of things happen all at once. First, you become visible, which is great. I love that. I love that for you. The bomb that you're holding, you're holding the bomb, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The bomb that you're holding becomes visible, which is great. It's covered in mucus. It's gross. It's kind of a weird light blue color. And then you fall a short distance back down towards presumably the inside of this egg shield force field, which is still invisible. Do you do anything as you're falling?
No.
All right. You land onto essentially what feels like an enormous bug zapper. I need a Constitution saving throw.
He's really good at those.
You are really good at con saves. What could possibly go
on
wrong?
the inside? Weird.
All right. You take half of this. So 7 points of force damage. And you feel your entire body lock up. You feel that you very easily could have been stunned by that, but were not because you were very hardy.
He's immune to stun.
Also immune to stun.
Are you immune to stun? Son of a bitch. Yeah. Okay, good to know. Oh, right, the freedom cognition thing. All
yes,
right.
Mind Flayers tend to stun people, you see.
Then you can tell that this is going to continue to hurt as long as you stay in contact with it. What would you like to do?
Okay.
Oh,
this is a terrible situation.
Real quick, actually. Perception checks from Flick, from Gale, and if anybody is watching all of this from the ship with the spyglass, somebody up there.
I'll do that.
Okay.
I probably don't have the spyglass. I have Ace.
That makes sense. Gale's too busy being zapped.
Get out a D4.
That makes sense. You're close to it. That makes sense. You have good perception of the spyglass. Throw those D4s on there if you need. 25. And 25. Okay.
Important question.
Yeah.
So this field, even though it's zapping me, does feel like I'm walking on it, like it's
It does.
solid
It feels solid.
on this side.
It feels almost like an electrified metal surface, sort of.
Okay.
Although you can tell that it's humming, it's definitely not actually metal. It is a magical force field of some sort. As the zap happens, though, Nordo and Flick both see just a faint shimmer from this force field. Kind of like the transparency effect that you see in a lot of movies, where there's just like a very faint, bubbly kind of distortion. However, with a 25, you both also spot a momentary gleam of light, just this pure little white bead of light from down below in the hole in the ocean from within the darkness. at the exact same moment. It seems to be linked. You see that there's the zapping of Gale on the inside of this force field and a flash of light from down in the hole.
Is everything all right over there?
But then, yeah, back to Gale. What do you do?
Gil's doing science.
How high is the? I guess I can't see it. I still can't see anything in here, right?
Yep, ship is still invisible.
Based on the amount that I have flown with Flick, can I try and do some quick head math to figure out how high I think a ship would be in this thing?
Yeah, that's reasonable. You know a lot about magic and about force fields and about ships specifically. I guess give me, like, Arcana or Investigation. That is very... you imagine that this force field is probably no more than, like, let me double check. It's probably projected about 30 feet away from the bottom of the ship.
Okay, cool. Then, and yeah, I'm going to... Actually, with the cage, does that have to be actively, like, do I have to pull it off as an action, or could I theoretically, like, shoot it?
The idea of you detonating this thing by shooting it is way too cool to not allow.
Okay.
You can absolutely shoot this thing to set it off.
Okay, cool. Then I'm gonna need to do a couple of things in succession very quickly.
Perfect.
Because I'm gonna die otherwise. All right. So, first things first. I am going to drop invisibility.
Excellent.
In order to cast a spell, which I will reveal in a moment.
Flick, you see Gil has already been invisible, but you now also become visible.
Oh boy.
What else?
Well, that's one turn.
Dropping concentration is totally free.
Well, I cast a spell, but I'm going to reveal that spell momentarily.
Perfect. It's going to be like another deadly skywrite. I can't wait.
Yeah, I just cast a huge skywrite and then electrified the air. I assume I take some more damage.
You do. It's going to be another half of this. So 8 points of force. And notably, as you become visible, you hear this blaring boom, boom, boom. And although you cannot see it, you can hear mechanical bits moving around about like 90 feet above and off to the side of you. There's something kind of off in the way that is moving around.
Based on the ships that I've seen before, yes. I can't see this thing. I'm not going to be able to tell. All right. Then I take this thing as I'm being slowly electrocuted, and I chuck it up, covered in all of the gross, crusty dragon mucus. Try and chuck it up and hopefully stick it to the bottom of the ship. I'm going to be trying to hit some kind of a blind spot where I don't think the tentacles can reach, but, you know, who knows?
Sick. I love it. Give me an improvised attack roll. This is a little beyond your 20-foot reach, so this is disadvantage. Also, it's invisible.
Okay, the strength?
Yes. Unless you can justify something else, but it's pretty fucking heavy.
It's a magic item.
It is a magic item. I feel like it's a thrown weapon. I feel like strength is appropriate.
If it's a weapon.
He uses his
I use
intelligence.
it.
With, yeah.
Oh, does that apply? Okay, hang on. Does that apply to?
If it's a magic weapon, then I
bomb.
get to use my
Fuck yeah, dude. It is a magic improvised weapon. I'll allow it.
no proficiency, right?
Correct. But you do get to use your intelligence.
Hell yeah.
That's really fucking good. You lob this bomb straight upward, and you see that it kind of lands with a thunk like a sticky grenade would, and then very rapidly kind of turns invisible as it kind of connects to the surface of this invisible ship. But it definitely hit, and it definitely struck right where you threw it.
Huh. Okay. Well, I am then going to pull out my gun, and I'm going to try and shoot it.
Sick. Do you have extra attack, or is this going to be another turn?
I do have an extra attack.
Sick. Fire away, my friend.
You know what? Just... Nah.
Holy fucking shit. Do you have...
You get out a D4 for good measure.
I was going to say, do you have any way to... actually, you know what? That would hit, even on disadvantage.
Oh.
Oh, definitely.
There.
Yeah. One hand, chuck this bomb up. It lands with a thunk against the metal hull of the ship. Or I guess it's not metal, it's kind of chitinous. And then you watch it go invisible, but you track that spot with an eagle eye. Pull up your rifle, shoot, fire, and it erupts. This massive wave of magical energy begins to burst out. What do you do?
So, importantly, when I shot it, because I cast a spell previously, the bullet also erupts into ice, hopefully totally freezing this thing in place.
Oh my god, you've made a shape charge.
As I use flame arrows with a sorcery point to change it to cold damage.
Wow. Okay, sick. You've successfully made a shaped charge. You've invented the World War I tank buster. Holy shit. Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Cool.
You hear a crack of lightning, and the billowing torrent of a storm begins injecting itself straight into the hull of the ship. It definitely is going to burst through that ice at some point, but it's going to take a couple seconds. You can also hear the charging of energy from, presumably, the main gun of this ship, which you've heard once or twice before. Do you have anything else on your turn?
Sure do. Okay. I misty step back through the force field, land on Flick, and I'm like, go, 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 go!
Alright, there is one last final step. I do need a charisma saving throw when you try to teleport out.
Uh-oh.
Easy.
Great at those.
Easy.
Totally
Okay.
fine. Easy mode.
Save
sick.
to get out of here. I'm a level 20 artificer.
Fucking sick. Alright, Flick. Give me an initiative check versus this gun real quick.
At a D8.
Okay, initiative. Oh god, how do I do that? I have to pull myself out 1 second.
A D8 and a D4, actually, for Gale. And then just a D4 for Flick.
That's not great. 6.
Delightful. I need a dexterity saving throw. As this beam erupts out in this blazing kind of purplish-white laser of energy.
Not great at those right now. Oh, apparently I'm
that
okay.
Is good. I think it's half damage. Let me double check real quick.
Oh, I rolled an 18. Okay, that explains that.
I repeat, how are things going out there?
Totally fine. Everything's under control.
Okay, good to know.
Slight change of plans, but
Yeah, I see Mr. White has become visible again.
yeah, there was a force field.
That was supposed to be the cue.
Should we go toward it?
Nope, don't come towards us.
Fly away from it?
Just stay about a mile away.
All
Oh,
right.
at least I have an
You only
80-foot
took
fly speed.
half of that, so you take 8 points of radiant damage.
Oh, that's nothing. I eat that for breakfast.
And you do see that the beam kind of cleaves through one of your wings and then fires down towards the ocean, where seawater just begins to boil and smoke and kind of pillow up into the sky. Then, this time, Gale, I need a d6, and you're aiming low for this one to determine how quickly the bomb erupts.
Pike beam, you get your fucking FTL shit out of here.
Painful energy.
I will not. Oh, that's really good. Sick. You hear the bomb continuing to hiss and steam and billow, and you can see that basically next turn it's going to blow.
Cool.
What do you guys do?
Hopefully, because it's in the force field, it'll just be a horrible little sphere of destruction.
Definitely seems reasonable.
But otherwise it's just like, okay, let's haul ass.
All
Keep
right.
dashing, keep dashing.
You guys haul ass. Importantly, where do you haul ass to?
Hopefully back to our ship.
Okay, kind of upwards back towards ship. All right, sick. A little more time goes by. You can hear the gun trying to recharge, but nothing fires at you. And then about 4 or 5 seconds later, you watch as everyone else can now see this invisible egg shape is immediately filled with just a raging tempest. There is lightning, there is cloud, there is hail. There is the most intense and devastating storm that you've ever seen in your life, entirely contained within this egg-shaped force field, which immediately begins to list and then plummet like the fucking the Hindenburg going down
It just fell.
towards the ocean. You see a couple of just stray pike beams fire off in random directions as it begins to drift towards the sea. And then after like 20 or 30 seconds, with a crash, waves are kicked up from the ocean. And you see that this massive storm just begins to bob on the surface of the ocean. As presumably they're dealing with some shit in there. The entire time now, as this is going off, you see constant, repeated flashes of white light coming from the hole in the bottom of the ocean. That seem to coincide with, like, flashes of the storm inside of the force field. You can definitely tell that there is some sort of a connection of energy going on there. And you can also see that although this bobbing force field filled with a storm is currently kind of just listing neutrally on the surface of the ocean, you imagine it's eventually going to drift towards the hole.
Hole?
What do you guys do?
Well, we can see it now.
Yeah, that's a good point. It is right there. I'm gonna remember to do the voice eventually, maybe. Probably not.
Because I have the ability to see through storms, can I see what's going on in there? Have they lost their invisibility at all?
Absolutely. It takes a little bit of time. Systems fail one at a time. Strong, at least 10 minutes of exposure. Strong. Okay. For the first few minutes, this thing appears to just kind of list neutrally. And you almost begin to question, like, is it really doing anything? Like, obviously it's making this visible, which is great, but you're a little dubious that it's getting any actual structural damage done. About 7 or 8 minutes into it, though, there is suddenly an explosion from deep inside of this force field. You watch as there is just kind of a burst of this purplish energy, You see some organic shapes are blown out from whatever this invisible ship was doing, and you see they kind of spatter against the inside of this force field and then begin
Like a
to
blender.
fry. Like a blender, yeah. And then shit gets crazy fast. It deteriorates real fast from that point. The first thing to go is the invisibility, and you see this massive nautiloid, which is like on fire. There's a big part of the hull that is just blown out from one side. The tentacles are all writhing in pain. You can see that there are a number of like weird flying aberrations that are doing their best to like do anything. The next thing that happens around the 9-minute mark is the force field drops. You guys are about 3,000 feet up above it, which means you're within the 1 mile radius, and you see a storm surge that is rapidly going to encompass you. What do you guys do?
I think like
Start pulling up.
All right.
I think we've been moving for a while now.
Okay, all right.
To be fair,
Ideally,
we
we're
would
trying
be
to get-
within a mile of it.
That does make a lot of sense. Somebody give me a piloting check to avoid the storm as it comes out. Taking into account that you were kind of getting ready for it.
It'd have to be somebody that isn't me because I was riding like.
Oh, probably Moat.
Yeah, and I can't do shit. I can push the boat. That's about it.
I could do it. Moat can do it.
I'll go grab my. Let's see.
I'll help Moat.
I just realized the icon for his weapon looks kind of like a mutant ninja turtle elephant. Oh wait, no, elephant, not turtle. Yeah, I'm just gonna show it because it's funny. It looks kind of like an elephant.
It kind of does.
Yeah, I can see that.
Ninja
Because
Turtle
it's got
elephant.
the band over its eyes like the Ninja Turtles. I see what you go for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Moat. Sailing check.
Yes, advantage and a +6. It's already
And a
very good.
D4? Or no,
And a
he didn't
D4.
count.
Oh yeah. So +6.
Yeah. Moat is able to avoid the brunt of the storm and get you guys to a safe distance as you watch. Eventually, so the invisibility fades, the force field fades. You begin to see explicitly now, after a certain point, arcs of magical energy that kind of connect the ship to something down in the bottom of this hole in the middle of the sea. You do see that smaller little pods begin to kind of pop out of this thing, little escape pods probably. There's a point where you see a very large, squishy elder brain surrounded in goop from his pool, just kind of spills lifeless out of the ship.
Flops out.
Flops down into the ocean and lands with a splash. As a couple of these escape pods kind of burst out and begin scattering in different directions. There are a number of massive explosions that rip the ship into bits. Parts of the shell go flying. Blood sprays in every direction, this kind of purple licorice blood. And after a few more minutes of this storm, this thing appears to be just thoroughly fucked. It's hard to imagine that anything inside the ship has survived. It is burst into pieces. And just like the debris that you kind of found on the way here, some of it begins to drift away with the ocean current. Some of it begins to drift towards the hole. And you see that it kind of like falls down into this hole and that has been made in the middle of the sea. Going over
How
the
long
edge.
does this storm last?
That's what I'm going to look right now. I think
An
it's
hour.
an hour.
It's an hour, yeah.
Okay, we can come back in an hour and check what's going on with that hole.
Well, I feel like we should keep an eye on everything.
Yeah, let's stick
just
around.
at safe distance.
Yeah, Nomad has
Well-
pulled out a lawn chair and has one of those binoculars on the stick for viewing operas.
I don't know.
It's kind of watching it.
I don't know if this was necessarily the best use of this bomb, but boy, was it satisfying.
I'd say it's
Hard to
100.
imagine a better
I'd
one.
say yeah.
Pretty cool.
It's 100% effective. I don't see why not.
It was
Yeah,
extremely
I just-
effective.
I don't know if, like, we didn't really know a whole lot about this ship. For all we know, it could have just been like a scout.
I knew everything about this ship. I have 3 maps for this ship that have all been destroyed.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, this is why I play
Well-
D&D. I love this ship. This is great. Because
So
I
beautiful.
have 3 other maps ready in case this happened. Fucking glorious. Yeah, for an hour, you kind of keep a safe distance doing circles. Again, you're very high. With the bad weather, the visibility is still like 3 or 4 miles. You're able to keep your distance from the storm. You can absolutely get some inspiration for that. Absolutely brilliant. Eventually, after an hour or so, the storm, almost as quickly as it appeared, just stops. It dissipates. The clouds kind of taper off. The weather is still not great because it wasn't great to begin with, but compared to the storm that was happening a few seconds ago, everything is nice and peaceful. You can kind of hear all the seagulls that have made roost on the bow of your ship kind of caw and act like, oh, maybe we should go get some food or something. You can almost feel everything returning to normal. You can still see smoldering debris down in the ocean. And you do see that the hole is still there. Water is pouring into it from all sides.
Right. The cognition ends. Should I recast it? I feel like there might still be more, because there were escape pods.
Yeah, escape pods really suck, but...
For what it's worth, several of them didn't fare very well either. It's a mile radius. A lot of those escape pods were just immediately fucked up.
That's fair. Out of curiosity, what was it doing to the water? Was it just full
go down?
Hurricanes?
Absolutely, full on twister water spout. 7 or 8 tornadoes just whipping around under it.
That horrible level in.
Does it rain fish
Wilds?
on us?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, hell yeah, the Outer Wilds level. I love that level. That level is fucking sick.
Does it do that thing where water spouts will pick up schools of fish and rain it down in towns?
Yes, absolutely.
Does it rain at us?
It does. The seagulls have a heyday with that.
So much fish.
Oh man, we have dinner.
At least one of the fish are flung into outer space because that's how water spouts work.
Really?
That's neat.
No, it's an Outer Wilds reference. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I don't know what Outer Wilds is.
If you guys haven't played Outer Wilds, you should go play it because it's the best game of the past 5 years.
What is Outer Wilds?
The best game of the past 5 years.
Okay.
Someone disagreed.
Funny thing to call Elden Ring, but okay.
Boy, Elden Ring was kind of fun. Yeah, it was okay. I enjoyed it. Anyway, what do you guys do?
Who disappeared? Someone dropped.
Flick momentarily dropped. I thought it was Gale dropping because I was talking about Outer Wilds, and it was very funny in my mind.
I thought about it.
Nordo's still BRB'd, I think. So really, it's just us discussing what to. Where is Vasu? I haven't heard from him in a while.
He's finding cute cat pics.
Oh, cute.
I guess we go down the hole.
All right.
I don't know how we go down the hole.
At the very least, you can start to bring the ship down a little bit lower to check it out.
How? I assume I know the answer, but how deep is this hole? To sea floor?
From as you get a little bit closer, and when you check it out with the spyglass, it's actually not as deep as you would have expected, potentially. I guess give me a perception check.
It's not 20,000 leagues.
It's not 20,000 leagues.
It's 20,000 leagues.
It's 20,000 leagues. It's
all the way through the Earth multiple times.
The sun is just too fucking bright, Gale. It's miserable.
No, that storm was so nice. Could see.
With that said, even on... Well, maybe not on that one. Wait, you have the special thing that lets you see through mist, right?
Yeah.
You are at least able to see the bottom.
Am I?
It's really, really hard to judge how far down it is. But it's shallow enough that you can see the bottom, which is a little strange to you. For a lot of reasons, actually. Not the least of which is, if the water is falling into it, where's the water going?
Alright. I'm gonna take out a copper piece, and I'm gonna flick it down the hole.
Alright. You all watch...
to see if I can gauge.
You all watch as this copper piece goes flying down through the roaring of a waterfall. It's very hard to... It's impossible to gauge by sound. There's no way you would hear it over a waterfall.
I know, I rolled the one.
But it does eventually kind of get lost down in the shadow. You see a couple more glints of light as it spins in the air after a while, and then it kind of just disappears.
Alright, well, do we want to just go down there?
Probably a good idea. We have to see what it's about.
Yeah, we should leave somebody up here with the ship.
Ace and
Or
Moat.
conveniently,
Yeah.
I think that Ace and Moat said they'd stay up here.
That seems good. Moat's good at flying the ship, so
Ace can keep an eye on him.
Ace is good at seeing things, so...
Yeah. Ace, how many less aberrations are there?
What a great question. Hang on.
What was the kill count on that bomb? How worth it was it?
There are still 13 aberrations directly below you, presumably down in the direction of the hull. Plus, like, another 90 or so that are just spread out all around you in the ocean.
Exciting.
Cool. Well, how do we want to get down there?
Supposedly, can we drift down?
Uh,
Also, he kind of tosses out his nautiloid and it brooms up.
Yeah, I don't think that we should... I don't think we should take the ship down there just in case all the water flows in. So just having it hover above the hole, I think, is ideal. Or maybe not directly above it, but just to the side of it.
I have a swim speed. I didn't know that.
As you bring the ship down a little bit lower, discussing what you're going to do, if somebody else wants to give a perception check to see what Gale could not see, you're very welcome to.
Right.
If anybody wants to distrust me,
Why would I
Right.
ever distrust you, Gale? It's not like
Ability.
you lied to us a lot. It's fine.
Never.
hey, I'm
Never.
not louche.
It's
You know, the bat that disappeared into another dimension?
no, his.
I don't like.
I know.
I don't like how shifty that thing looks. It's always side-eyeing me.
All right.
Gives Dunstan the heebie-jeebies too.
As you bring the ship a little bit closer, Nomad and Flick are able to get kind of a better lay of things. What you find is that this hole is actually more shallow than you would have thought. The waterfall goes down about 100 feet, about a 10-story building, a very small skyscraper. And then you can see the billowing mist of what you would expect from a waterfall kind of landing on a hard surface that obscures a lot of this view. But then you can see in the center of this hole, only about 100 feet down, is hard, rocky surface, like a cave floor. You don't see water pooling up down there. It's hard to say where exactly it's going or what's happening. But what you see is essentially this. I need to check the dimensions of the tornado. I don't think you would be... Actually, you might be able to get the whole thing down there if you wanted to. It would be extremely tricky to bring it down there. It's much more likely that you would want to leave it kind of above the hole.
Take the Crescent King. It's kind of small anyway.
With a 28, you can also spot from up here a number of things flip. The first is a little bit of wreckage from the nautiloid that you just fucking destroyed.
Oh, cool.
The next is palm trees, bits of debris from fishing boats and huts. You can see wreckage, very much like the wreckage that you've seen along the surface of the sea for the past 24 hours or so. And you can also see bodies, grung bodies. With a 28, it's hard to make out very specific details. You can see that at least one of these grung bodies is, like, missing its lower half.
Gross. And when you say palm trees, like uprooted ones?
Yeah, it looks like they've been
Okay.
ripped up from the earth and then suddenly thrown down here.
first I thought you meant there were like palm trees growing down here, and I'm like, well, that was.
Gotcha. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
definitely
okay.
like debris wreckage.
Got it. Well, you need to be careful. There's some dead corpses, as opposed to live corpses down there.
Oh, I know what you mean. There could be zombies.
I love corpses. Climate adventure.
Also, part of the ship's down there, so we could see if they had any good stuff on it.
Well,
It's probably blown up, but magic
Yeah.
stuff would be fine, right?
the magic stuff might be okay. That bomb wasn't something light.
But what if they were worn or carried? Then they'd be fine no matter what.
It's true. That's why I held on to the bomb, because I knew that if something was going to happen to me that was bad, that it would be okay.
As you're having this discussion, Flick, you, as you're watching down there, see a burst of kind of white light. And this time, tracking it very closely, you can see that almost in the direct middle of this pit, there's a little kind of softball-sized metallic orb of some sort that seems to be emitting that light.
Huh.
And you kind of see it flash, it catches your eye, and then you look down. And then, it's very hard to spot if you don't track it by that burst of light. It almost just looks like a rock. It's very close to the same color as its surroundings. But over the next couple of minutes, you do see that it intermittently flashes again, and you're able to kind of tell that it's down there.
That flashing's coming out of a orb-looking thing. So that could be useful, potentially, or dangerous, potentially, or both. Look, there's Ace. Doing me.
Ace also, at some point, is like, yeah, and whatever that weird feeling is, you guys feel that? Like a humming in your fingertips?
Humming in the fingertips.
I don't have fingers right now.
Well, if you had fingertips.
You don't have fingers?
I don't know how dragons work. I'm assuming he doesn't have fingers.
He's got fingers.
Oh, okay. Never
Why
mind.
would
I do have
dragons not
fingers.
have? Yeah, why would
I don't
dragons
know
not
how dragons work.
Just have stumps.
I guess they do. I was thinking of verns. Wyverns. I guess those are actually giant fingers, though.
It's like Barney. He's just got, like, the mitts.
Yep. I don't think I feel that, though. Does anyone else?
That's a name I've never heard. Eddie.
Yeah. He kind of, like, looks at all of you weird. Like, it's weird that you can't feel this. He's like, no, for real. Like, every time I move my fingers around, I can feel it. It's like this, I don't know, it's something magical. Some sort of weird energy.
Can I feel it?
Give me a perception check with charisma.
Let's see. So I'm proficient. That's a +6. Charisma is 0. So that's just. We'll say it's a flat 6. There you go. We'll roll unskilled in. It's the same one. 10.
Yeah. None of you guys feel anything like that.
I don't think I understand what you're trying to say.
Well, I don't know, just be careful down there. There's definitely some, I don't know, magic stuff. Makes a wibbly wobbly motion with his hands.
Gotcha.
But he will volunteer to stay up with Moat if you guys want to check it out.
Let's go check it out.
Yeah, because of this weird feeling, I'm going to cautiously cast, again, Cognitive. Freedom of Cognition in everyone. It's another 30 mana, and I'm low already.
Well,
But
don't
I
bother
don't want...
for now.
Well, yeah, for now. But I'm also, like, worried that everyone's either gonna get stunned or, like, mind controlled.
Well,
You're probably fine.
We already took care of the mind player ship. So
Yeah, but there's like 13 aberrations left from that.
it's fine. We can handle 13
There's
aberrations.
especially Legion.
Like, don't bother hitting me with it.
Okay, you have really good saves, to be fair.
Right.
You're
Like
safe.
I have
Especially Ed.
I have tons and tons of ways to deal with it, so don't waste a bunch of mana on me.
Okay.
Ace does also mention that if he comes down with you, he has that banner that will give you an hour of charm protection.
Yeah, that would be good.
It only affects charm and fear, I think.
Yeah. The fear is on Nordo, I think, right?
Gotcha. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's in charm. Sure. If Ace would come, he's actually an aberration hunter, so I feel like he'd come with us.
Okay. Yeah, he can go either way.
And another alternative is that I can always throw up Aura of Purity if we're getting antsy about it.
Yeah.
So there's no point in you spending 30 mana over it.
Alright, next question. How do you guys get down? You could
Fuck it,
potentially
I'll just jump.
I was going to say, some of you can just jump. You could always just lower ropes like you did to the vampire village if you want.
I bamf out the
How many
Nautiloid.
people can we just have ride on me?
Oh, yeah,
Odd.
that would work. Yeah, you could potentially just ferry everyone down in one trip. You're huge. The hard part is getting everyone on there, but that's fine.
Yeah, but what
I mean,
if
he's
I want to jump?
gargantuan.
I mean, if
You can
want to
jump.
You can just jump.
It's just
It's probably going to be a little bit more than 55, I guess.
Nope, you're good.
Fine.
watch Nordo just.
Yep. Just leap off, and no, Nordo would never. That's a bad skill for Nordo to have because he's so afraid of heights, actually.
He's so
How
scared
high
of
is
heights, he's the first one to jump into a hole.
The waterfall's about 100 feet. I guess the ship is probably like another 30 feet on top of that, so I'll throw another 3d6. Yeah, still fine. 37. It's 1d6 per
100
10 feet.
Yeah.
130
Not in my world.
D6. There's no limit.
C3, 1d6 every foot you fall.
Jesus, try not to jump too high.
Taking a sword to the gut, totally fine. Falling off a 10-story building, instant
Walking
death.
downstairs, dead.
Literally every foot you step is 1d6 damage.
Hey man, the
falling rules
real-
are stupid in 5e,
The falling rules are stupid, but also hit points as a mechanic are stupid.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's my hot
Falling-
take for the week.
so the thing is that falling in real life is such a random fucking thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
Like,
true.
it's the most unpredictable way people survive and die.
Oh yeah, people die from like literally slipping in the shower and falling 2 feet. But then also people have fallen out of airplanes and survived.
Yeah.
I'll
It's,
strap to a chair,
yeah.
which is honestly worse.
I would honestly be tempted to do like, if you fall more than 30 feet, you make a luck check, and that just determines what happens.
Honestly,
Luck
though,
check
like,
to see if you die.
But then it
Yeah.
would be like a dex save, potentially. I don't know. There's a lot of factors that go into it.
terminal velocity is a thing. Like, there should be a point where, like, it doesn't matter how much higher you're falling from anymore.
That's also a huge thing that I am furiously adamant about for reasons, and this is personal trauma. Small creatures should not take damage from falls.
Of course they shouldn't.
They absolutely should, because that's how the game works.
Okay.
Don't bring up like one of the two things that are tense in your relationship.
There are only two.
There's a few. This is one of the big ones,
This
I
is the
think.
big one.
Mommy and Daddy fight over so many things.
Anyway, you guys are able to safely get down here.
We're on the family vacation, and Dad brings up the whole fucking falling spider thing again, and now Mom's gonna go off about it for the next hour.
And then somehow
am I mom in this
it's about
situation or
Breath
my
of the
dad?
Wild.
Your dad.
I'm Dad? Okay.
And
I
this
could-
is why Breath of the Wild sucks.
We know, Mom.
Elden
It's
Ring is
fine.
just Breath of the Wild, but better. I don't know if I
I'm
made
gonna
that
get
take
an
yet.
actual drink now. We'll be right back.
I'm also going to be right back. I got to use the restroom real quick. But when you get down here, you can begin checking things out and trying to get a lay of the land. Somebody can give me like perception or survival or investigation, anything you feel like to begin exploring.
I'm
I'll
gonna
be
look
right
for illicit tracks.
Bunch of hover marks.
Toto's
Oh
gonna
yeah, I guess they
smell
hover, don't they?
things.
This is kind of stupid.
Not all of them. Some of them
Here we
walk. Most of them walk. To be completely honest.
I mean, most of them are going to be crawling after that.
Yes,
a
I
good
think
point.
there's a lot of blood and guts everywhere.
That's
after
probably
that.
true. A lot of shrapnel and
Yeah.
ichor. I watched the Red Nose Day Critical Role thing, and it reminded me of the first Red Nose Day Critical Role, where it was just Matt and Steven.
Yeah,
Matt,
just
Matt used the word ichor to describe something, the blood of some creature that Colbert killed. And Colbert was like, I haven't heard the word ichor in 30 years. He's talking about how he used to play D&D back in like the 80s.
Yeah. I still need to watch the new one.
It's really good.
The new
it's
one,
really,
yeah.
really good.
I recently watched the new one.
Just great. Just warms the heart.
Want to watch not constantly hit Culver's character? I'm like, not you're a married woman. Stop it.
Right? I loved it. It's never finished campaign 2. I don't think I ever will. I'm like 50 episodes short, so it's just such a commitment.
You can do it. Well, what happens in 50 episodes? Not
I just
much.
don't even want to do it, is the thing.
Yeah.
I've watched through Traveler Con, and I was just so over it.
I can give you cliff notes, I guess.
I've read a little bit on the wiki about how it all like went.
Yeah, how it went down.
I'm sure I would enjoy watching it. I just was so burnt out on it.
So at that point, I can just send you like funny clips, and that's fine.
I kind of left off at the same place too. I need to like read the summary and then start C3 because it sounds like C3 is a lot of fun.
Oh, C3 is wonderful, and you don't need to know jack shit about C2 to watch
great.
it.
Oh, I thought you've been watching C3.
C3 is fantastic. I love it.
C3 is great so far.
So much better than 1 or 2 so far, I think.
I think this is going to be the D&D. Well, no, that's not true. You know how like movies have the trilogy rule, but I guess even that's not a hard rule. Sometimes trilogies have good 2s and 3s. Anyway.
Fucking Two Towers is the best Lord of the Rings. Fight me.
Yeah, that's probably true.
It's Fellowship of the Ring, obviously, is the best Lord of the Rings, but Two Towers is very good.
Terminator
Shrek 2
2
is the best
Shrek 2, yeah. Shrek 2 follows the trilogy rule. Pirates 2.
Shrek 2 was fucking amazing.
No, bro, Pirates 3 was the best Pirates.
Well, 2 and 3 are kind of
the same movie, right? But also, I do think I actually enjoyed 2 a little. Well, no, that's not true. 3 was better than 2. You're right. The back half was better.
Davy Jones is too good.
Anyway, yeah, I agree with that. 3, 2, 1. Pirates, rare scenario where the first one is kind of the weak one. Still great. Still wonderful.
I mean, yeah, Pirates 1 is still...
Yeah, Rogue One was delightful. Everything else was terrible.
Anyway.
I also didn't mind Pirates 5.
I never saw Pirates 5. I saw Pirates 4 and then vowed to never watch another Pirates movie because I'm going to
Did they remove him?
The franchise was good.
Okay. That's a fair take.
Pirates 4 was so unbelievably bad. It was honestly difficult to get through.
It's a little harsh for somebody that likes Outer Wilds, but...
As you guys head down, Toto is able to kind of get just a basic lay of the land, and it kind of becomes clear to him, looking through the waterfall, that there is rock behind it. There's land. And he's able to kind of make out just a rough shape of things. You kind of got like the sea floor, right? Like this. I don't know why I'm drawing in white, which is incredibly hard to see. Nope. Terrible. Slightly better. Black is good, I guess.
Honestly, white was fine. I don't know.
Okay, we'll stick with white. A big hole has been blown in it. But then it's almost like there's a peak of land here. So the water is spilling over the sides and then down the sides, leaving
Drawn someone spreading their legs.
Kind of. Leaving this patch of dry land right here. However, it's conspicuous to you. Actually, I don't think he would get that on a 22. There are definitely some holes here that seem to lead deeper under, like there's kind of a cavern system here. And Norda, with your survival check, you can tell that there is traffic, including recent traffic, through here. The traffic that you make out with a 17 is a combination of a number of things. The first and most prominent are a bunch of wavy lines like snake tracks almost. You've encountered plenty of snakes, you know what snake tracks look like. These are too big, but potentially giant snakes or something along those lines. You also see small grung footprints. And with a 17, you're able to determine that there was a conflict. There was a battle of some sort. The Grung are panicked. They were some of them were trying to run and flee. Some of them were trying to fight. You can see among the dead bodies that there are signs of injury, including these big bite marks, almost like lamprey bites or beak bites. Definitely kind of tracks with the aberrations and mind flayers and things that you've seen where there's a combination of like tentacles but also beaks behind them. It definitely lines up like that. And you're able to tell that this all happened a couple days ago.
Okay.
Nomad...
So...
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, and I was gone forever, so maybe I missed a critical element of description here. Does it look like... is the ground that we're standing on look like the bottom of the ocean floor and the water has parted from it? Or does it look like were these grung that were living undersea?
Give me a nature check. Yeah, give me a nature check. We'll see where it goes.
I can tell you exactly where it's going to go.
10 is pretty reasonable. You don't see kelp. You don't see coral. You don't see things that you would expect to see at the bottom of the sea. What you see are things you would expect to find in recently excavated cavern. In fact, the land is not even super, like, slimy, like it's been underwater for a long time. It's kind of just, like, freshly misted stone. And you see lots of rubble, lots of sign of destruction. A 10 is not really able to make out a whole lot of additional detail, but this doesn't look like seafloor. This looks like somebody has breached through into a cavern.
Okay, interesting. But like it was once an underground cavern?
Definitely seems to be the case. You don't see any signs of, like, surface life.
Okay.
It is bizarre to you, with your survival check and your nature check combined. There are palm trees, like there was a surface, like there was an island, possibly. No sign of it here, other than, like, rubble and wreckage.
Gotcha. I guess that's what I was looking for, is like, was an island pulled to the bottom of the sea, or is it more like they excavated something out? Okay, cool.
Yep.
What probably happened is that they had a bomb like mine, and then they used it on an island, and then we provided karmic retribution, which is very funny.
So
not that all these people are dead, but, you know, just that those guys ate shit in the way that they probably destroyed the lives of probably like 100 people.
And on that note, Nomad, with a 22 investigation, you check out this little device at the center of here. You can see that it is definitely Mind Flayer in origin, and it is an active magic item of some sort. It is not dangerous to handle, but it is clearly active. It appears to be kind of with a 22, how do I put this? There's nothing currently dangerous emitting from it. Moving it around doesn't cause any change in the water around you or anything like that. But you do see that it occasionally pulses with a light, almost as if it is reacting to something or transmitting something. Whatever it is, it's still doing something. It's something active.
May I spend a minute to identify it?
Absolutely. After a minute of identification, you learn that this is kind of an energy and communication relay. The purpose of this device was to transmit not only messages and information back and forth between the ship and an away party, but also power, psionic power, magical energy. This was a tether of some sort. And you can tell that the tether to the ship has been broken, and it is trying to send out pings to find it again. It's like a Bluetooth device that has lost its pairing, right? You can tell with your identification, though, it is still paired to something deeper below, and it is still providing power to that thing. There's something that is drawing a lot of power deep below.
Can I switch it off?
Potentially. You would know that that would sever any potential connections. It's not going to depower the thing.
Oh, okay.
It would just cause the power to not be transferred back and forth to this in the ship. And, you know, since the ship has been destroyed, that's kind of already happened.
Yeah, this is the power source for something down below?
It's a power transmission effect. It doesn't create the power, it sends power back and forth.
Okay, it sends power from the thing below.
It looks like it was kind of a two-way thing. It could have gone from the ship to the thing below and back and forth. It's hard to say how much... Well, actually, you identified it. There's still a lot of power that was already sent down there that is still down there.
Can I pair it with something we own?
Ooh, boy. Potentially, if it is illithid in make.
Can I pair it with my Nautiloid?
Yeah, absolutely. Fucking for sure. It would take... what would that take? I mean, it's made to be useful. I'd say probably, like, take 20 minutes of setup and a Tinker's Tools check.
Too long. Let's just go.
Say, so which way are we going? This way or that way? Does it?
Can I take it with us, though?
Yeah, you can take it with you if you want.
I'll just take this fucking thing. It's a power transmission thing, and it pings.
Do I get a sense with my survival check from earlier, like direction that most of the illithid went, or is it kind of even?
It seems to kind of evenly split down into these caves. Yeah, it even kind of looks like maybe they all lead to the same surface.
Oh, okay, cool.
However, as you begin to kind of pack up, it's especially when you begin identifying and disturbing the transmission node. When you guys get ready to pick one of these caverns to go down, I need... who's got the highest passive perception? I think it's Nordo, yeah?
Yeah, 21.
Let me see how these things do.
My passive perception is 23.
Ooh.
Shit. Dragon shit.
Oh,
Dragon perception.
These
Dragon
things
shit.
are not good at stealth at all. They cannot succeed. As
And
you
blind
guys
sight.
are kind of determining which way you want to go, you hear kind of a hissing and slithering coming from each of these different holes. And suddenly you see several large, tentacle-faced, giant, kind of worm-like creatures begin to burst out. Having been attracted to the commotion and to the movement of the node. First, Nomad, you would immediately recognize these as Neophilids.
Yes.
These are
Neophilids!
gross fucking bastards. They've got terrible tentacles. They've got kind of an acidic spray. And you can see that they are accompanied by several smaller ones.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying Neothalid, and I was expecting a bunch of cats.
Neophilid, yeah.
Neophilids.
Neophilid.
Nomad's a strong dislike. These are illithid eaters.
That's going to be initiative. Nobody's surprised because these things are not good at hiding.
Don't forget the D8s for Mr. White and Gale.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
You should do a character that does this voice all the time.
Sounds like a great plan.
It's dandy.
It basically is Dandy, you're right.
You should play Dandy.
Just play Dandy for the...
It's a great idea.
That'd be
I
fun.
could do that, that'd be fun. Where's
lying. Alright. Initiative.
That would also explain the bonkers stats that I got.
Right. Fucking madness.
7.
22. Don't forget, you're also D4.
Oh, right. Oh, no, we don't have the D4 anymore. It's been more than 10 minutes, I think.
Oh,
As an
okay.
attack, I would
Fine.
presume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been an hour at least on the
Oh, right.
ship.
Yeah, because we're identifying and shit going on.
Identify only took 1 minute because I not casted it.
Right.
All right. Do we have a Voss or did he pass out?
Vasu is dead, assume.
He maybe did.
Maybe did.
Just
He was here, like...
Vasu. Pokey.
If we all say Pookie 3
Bitch.
times into a mirror,
Okay!
Okay.
Pookie.
He's dead.
he might be dead.
It's truly astounding because he napped like a shit ton earlier today.
I envy
Bad
it
dragon
so
sail.
much.
I don't understand. That's like
I would kill to be able to fall asleep the way that he falls asleep. It is God's greatest gift.
Unless you have things you need to do, in which case it's terrible.
That's true. That's true.
I fought mine
What in the
off.
hot fuck?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hi!
Good
Tried
morning.
summoning you. It worked.
I started calling him on Telegram.
Oh, that would do
Oh.
it. Good morning.
I thought there was a fucking smoke alarm going on.
We're in combat, and you napped a bunch already.
What?
Wake the fuck up.
You want to fight some worms? Nothing bad has ever happened when you fought snakes.
Worms aren't snakes.
True.
Poisonous.
They're the same shape.
Acidic. So kind
Fine.
of.
That's fine.
Oh my god, is Longcat just a Nyathalid?
This is the shit I wake up to. You wake up
Yes.
for this.
Were you asleep on the chair?
I wish I could. I wish I could do it. Alright. Nordo, you are the first to react as these things come out.
Okay.
Obviously hostile looking hungry.
Do they make it to these positions relative to us before we notice them, or are they a little further back than that?
They would be a little bit further back. I'll kind of like pile them
For
up
no
at the entrance.
for no particular reason.
No, that seems very fair. There might be some cool AoEs involved.
Okay.
There we go.
Just gotta get this just right. It's gonna be a 20. Does that shape kind of cover the entrances-ish?
Absolutely.
Assuming that circle is a wall?
Ooh, if it's like a wall, like you're trying to seal them in?
No, like a vertical up and down.
Yeah, like a firewall or whatever.
Yeah, that's like pass through it in order to. Okay.
Absolutely.
Cool. Okay. I suppose I'll use my. This is concentration. I can't do that. All right, Nordo will grip his axe and sort of slam his foot down into the ground right in the center of this ring, and just like a wall of shards of this thin, sharp obsidian shale sort of burst out of the ground, and he will cast this. And just put a big old barrier that's covering up hopefully all three of those entrances.
I hate it a lot. Thank you.
That's my action. Let's see. I guess it would probably be wise to step away from it before I do it. Although I don't know, we're kind of all staying in here now. Sorry, everyone. Oh, it only goes 20 feet high. You guys got tricks. And then he will step up to the closest one of these things that's sort of wriggling its way out. And what can I do as a bonus action without attacking? How do monks work?
I think it's just like patient defense or...
Yeah, I think it is going to have to be patient defense. I'll just step right up, spend a key point to patient defense. That's my action and my bonus action, and I don't want to use any more movement, so that's my turn.
Alright, that'll bring us to Nomad.
Nomad's gonna go kind of over here. Place he can use this cone on. Darn, moving it around is hard. Yeah, can he fly like 15 feet in the air and angle it down so it just kind of hits them
Oh yeah, absolutely.
from here? There you go. Let's just assume that's a thing. And he casts... What's that? I have so a cryostasis, aka Runner's Binding Eyes. And those people, folks. Was damage not selected?
Gross. Con saves.
It's supposed to be damage. Oh, here we go. Let me cast it again. Yeah, for 6 cold damage.
All of the little guys fail. They take 6 points, and importantly, I think their speed is reduced to 0. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it for 1 minute, unless they use an action to break out.
That is incredibly shitty.
And the big guy just takes half damage.
And he is able to just muscle through that.
Yeah.
Alright, excellent. That brings us over to Gale and Toto.
I'm just gonna do some basic shit. I'm gonna shoot the little ones. Probably just pop the closest one. Toto's. Actually, I'll shoot the one next to Mordo.
Uh, 19 and 31. Both strong hits for 28 total points of damage.
And Toto's gonna come over here and bite the little one in front of me.
26 is good for 8. This thing is kind of like sealed to the ground by the frost, and then Toto just grabs it and tries to rip upwards with it. You hear some cracking of bones in there.
That's it.
Alright, that brings us to the little guys. Alright, here we go. Some of them are going to have to crawl through this wall for sure. 1, 2 there, 1 here, and 1 here. So roll me some damage.
Absolutely.
I think only the 21 saves.
Correct.
31 points of slashing damage. Oop, actually I missed one too, because he's going to have to crawl through it to get to you. Gross. Shit. That's extremely shitty. So the 2 that are in ice need to get out of that wall so they don't take this again. So they're just going to use their actions to break the ice, and then their movement to get to safety. They kind of come up and start swarming around Gale and Toto. The one that is already frozen next to Gale is going to try to hit Gale. It begins with some tentacle.
It does it at disadvantage.
12.
And it takes 9 force damage.
Oh, fuck. When Toto kind of intervenes on that one, it is going to turn around and is going to try to just bite Toto. 13, I believe, also misses.
It does miss.
Alright, these guys have all swarmed in, several of them taking big damage from the wall of obsidian blades on the way in. We're going to have 2 of them go for Mr. White. 9 misses. 13 misses?
Yep.
5 misses. And 14 probably misses.
Yep.
Let's see. One of them goes for Norda. There we go. 22.
7 misses.
Oh, shit.
Gotcha.
Son of a bitch. 12 also misses. And then finally Vasu, who I'm guaranteed to crit.
They are snakes.
Ooh.
Damn it! I spoke too soon. Vasu's
It's not a real
overcoming
snake.
it.
White
Shit.
snake.
True, they're not real
White
snakes.
snake.
This one's going to go for Vasu. 18, I think misses.
Nope.
15 misses. And this one comes up here, looks up to Nomad, who is floating 15 feet up in the air, and begins to levitate up to you. And flies right up to you.
Clever girl.
And attacks with tentacles first. 23 for 12.
That hits. For 12.
12 bludgeoning, and I need a Constitution saving throw, which unfortunately I don't think you can fail. But I will say it out loud in the hopes of jinxing it.
Yeah, no, I can't fail that.
Damn it. 13.
This is. I take 12 damage though.
Alright, excellent. That is all the Neophylids. That brings us to Vasu.
I will make you my familiar.
Okay. Well, first, I'm assuming if I had time to like make this cool thing,
Yeah.
I tune to it.
Absolutely.
Okay. So first, also important question: is this a one-handed weapon?
Yes,
Technically?
it is. Yep.
Cool. So I'm kind of imagining that when I'm not using this thing, it's kind of just like it's like a cool, ornate sort of handle with like a bunch of chains that I probably wear as like a belt or something.
Ooh.
Or like coiled around my arm or whatever. But anywho, I uncoil this weapon from whichever of my limbs it's coiled around. And first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna whip it at the gangly Neo.
It's big one.
The big one in the top right.
Perfect. Excellent.
Neothalid?
Neothalid.
Yeah.
Hacha!
26 is good for 23 points.
Okay.
And then I believe, if you want to do the fancy lightning thing, he takes an additional 2d6
Absolutely.
and a point of storm.
Yeah, I have that built into it.
Oh, excellent. Okay, cool.
So, I have the 2d6 built in at least.
Right.
Okay.
All right, and you do see the lightning continues to kind of linger on the surface of its mucousy skin.
Yes, that's at the start of each of its turn is when the leaping and stuff happens.
Yep.
I'm taking it for a spin, I see.
Cool. So he's marked with that. Then I'm just gonna do my cloak dash thing to just like basically dash out and then dash right back in down here. And I'm gonna hit this the broad one with my spear.
Excellent. Fuck it up. 29 for 19 is good, and it takes a point of your radiant thing.
Oh, yeah. Let me get a con save from it.
Shit.
Can I get up?
I probably should have asked on the gangly one, but I forgot, so I'll let it go.
Damn it. It does not have any way to deal with that. This thing is stunnable, and it is stunned.
That boy's stunned.
She. At least it's also stunned inside of a blade barrier.
Yeah, that's very bad.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
I think I'm just gonna go ahead and leave him right there.
This is a blade barrier.
Yeah.
I didn't realize.
That's nasty shit.
Yeah. It also can't make a save, I guess, because it's stunned. Just automatically fails.
I think they can still make it as a disadvantage or something.
Oh, if you're stunned, you automatically fail strength and dex.
Really, you're right.
Sure do.
Ain't that just delicious?
Alright, anything else, Violet?
Well, he's stunned, but I've already used my movement to do the dash out and dash back in. I can't hit that guy, so I'm just gonna use my bonus action to beat up this guy a little more. Since I used the key point, I can do a weapon attack. So
32 is good for another 15.
And that's me.
Alright, that brings us to Mr. White.
Going back to bed.
Oh no.
Oh, stay up! You can...
Okay, I'm going to punch Ganglion Stout.
Are you an actual dragon now?
Oh, I'm a dragon. Shit. I guess I'm using claws actually.
Oh.
So that's slashing instead of bludgeoning. I should also probably not be there, and I should be over here.
I was going to say, you should probably be, like, big and outside of here.
Yep. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll just do this all in Gangly.
You have a borrowing speed, though, at least, right?
I do. So that's a 31 and a 26 on Gangly, and then the Chomp on Gangly.
Those both hit, for sure. Chomp is also good for another 27. And it does bleed, and you recover 15. Fucking ouch.
56 damage, okay. And I'm back to full health. That's all of my actions. I could do Fright Presence. Then they can all run away. So I need everyone. I guess everyone, because I didn't warn you.
Our party's
DC
immune to it, it's
16
fine, it's cool.
Oh yeah. Then I just need DC 16 Wisdom from all the thingies. Fail, success.
How the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Two, three, four, five, 6 fails. and then a bunch that are immune for 24 hours.
This horrifying roar echoes throughout the cavern. Oh my god, 1, 2, 2, 1. Several of these things just begin to tremble and quake. Their eyes locked on you. Alright, anything else?
Nope, that's all my multi-attacks, and I'll just stay here because I'm too big to move.
Sounds good. Alright, one of these things is afraid and needs to make a dex save. One of them auto-fails the dex save. And one of them, does that happen on its turn? At the start of each of its turns, it does. And there is a chain reaction that hits every enemy. So, Vasu, if you want to roll me a d10 of lightning damage, this is going to hit every enemy.
Yes. Oh.
3 points to everything, and then, oh my god, one of them actually succeeded. For half on 35, which is 17. I guess one of them is not a fail anyway. Alright. Finish the rest of those up. But let's do the turns first. The big one in the top left, Burley, is going to... I think we want to do that. Is that an AoE? It sure is. It looks down towards the lot of you, all kind of gathered up in the center here. And it begins to make this shrill, kind of screeching sound that pierces into your mind. It is casting a spell.
It can cast spells?
It seems to be able to cast spells.
Does it have components that I can see?
Let me double check. I don't think it has.
That's a new ruling.
Components.
A new ruling is material. If it doesn't have material, that's fine. But does it have like verbal?
But, right. Yeah. Let me double check. Requiring no components.
Yeah, no, I can't. I don't know it's casting a spell.
That is neat. Cool. I need a wisdom saving throw. From Gale, Toto, Nomad, and Nordo.
Is it perchance against fright?
It is not against fear.
Is it against
I
charm?
don't think it is charm either. It is not.
Okay.
You're looking for a 16 as this humming, piercing noise begins to drift into your mind.
It's done. 17.
Toto is the only one thrown off by this, and he might... Well, it's not a charm effect. Toto is confused by this noise.
Oh. Oh, confusion.
Confusion.
Do we still have them?
Supersonic's the worst.
No, that's gone.
Okay.
It's only lasts an hour, and
Gotcha.
like the storm lasted an hour, so we had to wait.
Then it's going to get the fuck away from these blades. It cannot move closer, so it is going to back up to the other side of the wall.
Terrific.
Down south, this boy is stunned. He doesn't do shit. He takes the damage, and he sits there and eats it. Lightning Boy... How smart are these things? Interesting. Weird. Cool, it's going to try it. What is the save on this? Awesome. Nordo, this one right in front of you, still crackling with lightning, looks down at you. You hear this kind of gurgling noise from inside of it, and then you begin to feel your skin vibrate. This force begins to wrap itself around you as this thing begins to exert psionic force on you. I need a strength check. I need a strength check.
Strength check, huh?
Strength check.
Oh.
No! Son of a bitch. You feel this thing begins to suddenly lock in on your body, and you feel it tries to fling you out towards the wall that you've made. But you were able to hold strong, kind of plant your feet and grab onto a stalactite, or a stalagmite, and you are not flung. It is then going to use its movement to slither around right in the middle of everyone and get out of that wall. That brings us to the top of the new round, and Nordo's turn.
Okay. Excuse me, sorry. I'm trying to look. If you take a dodge action, does it last to the end of your next turn or the start? Start. No, I don't even want to ask that. We're good. Alright, I'm going to start by swinging with my axe towards the little guy just to the north of me. Recklessly, of course.
29 is good for 9.
If 28 would have hit, he's prone.
Sure isn't. He goes flying.
A strength saving throw. Not restrained. Second attack.
Uh, 25 good for another 9.
Cool, minimum damage twice in a row. That's really neat. Alright, so that's the action. With my bonus action, I shall... let's make it a unarmed strike on the big guy.
Alright.
A bite. Actually, I'll go ahead and do a... Yeah, just an unarmed strike, that's good.
30 lands, 9 points, you get a big chunk out of this thing.
Outstanding. And can I get a con save? Oh. Alright, that's my action. That's my bonus action. I don't think I want to move. That's my turn.
Alright, Nomad's up.
Right, there's a bunch of stuff next to me. Let's see. I'm not... Oh shit, this thing is here now. Yeah?
It is. It is up in your face. It is big enough to be, like, eye level with you.
How... Okay, 50 feet is eye level. This guy is also the same eye level, I imagine?
Yep.
This guy's stunned?
That one is stunned and being ripped apart by these obsidian blades.
Cool. So...
I'm doing my part.
Yeah. I'm still within its attack range here, right?
It seems like it, yeah.
Cool. So, now targeting... let's see. Another 30-foot cone, I believe. The only one I can hit is this thing and this guy. Because this one is floating. Right?
With a 15-foot cube, you could potentially hit all three. The two big ones.
Oh, not a cube. It's a cone.
Oh, with a cone, yeah. Yeah, theoretically, you can hit all three of them.
No. If I angle it down, how many of these things can I hit?
Boy, your best bet is to either hit Ganglion Broad, the big ones, and the small one that's floating right next to you. Or you could come over and hit the three that are next to Gale. It's kind of your call.
Okay, so how about instead, I kind of drift closer to it here. This will probably trigger from the small Yotheling.
It will. He'll take a chomp. 19.
This is... I'm gonna attempt one of these. This is 3rd level. I don't think any of them can counterspell anyway.
Yep, who's on?
It is... Shoot, sorry, my mouse is fucking up. When I scroll down, it moves up.
Oh, I've had that problem before. I have to refresh when that happens.
Yeah, I've unplugged and replugged it. It's a new mouse. It's one of those ergonomic ones. Just the base 3rd level. 20 dex on this big guy and those 3 Neothelings. And if they fail, I push them into the wall of...
Oh, fucking excellent. Oh, gross. Yeah, really, really hate them. Alright, big guy for... big guy is resistant to magical effects, but has a -2 dex.
Yay! Fails.
Little guys.
15 damage. 15. Oh! One of them succeeds.
One of them succeeds. So they each the ones that fail is so save for half. Yep, and no prone. 20 feet
Not
directly away from you. So yeah, several of these are fucking incinerated. The middle one saves for half.
Got to 23. Middle one does not get pushed. Does take 7 damage. And the big guy too gets pushed 20 feet.
It does. Even on a save, the two that are thrown into it are shredded. Just absolutely blendered. And then big guy. 10, 15, 20. Directly into it, takes 15, and then needs a dex save against 23. Fails that too, and takes another 23. Really hate it. This blade wall getting work done.
I love it. That's me. Let's see. I now have a blue stone from the cold damage earlier, and I now also have a pink stone.
Excellent. All right.
And that means at the end of my turn, I gain 1 charge.
Perfect.
I think I'm reading that right.
I think that's right. It's been a while since I made it, but that sounds right.
Yeah, new mask. Who this?
All right, that brings us to Gale and Toto.
All right. Well, you know what? I put in my work for this session already, so I'm just gonna look away at these guys. Yeah. Conserve some mana since this blade wall is doing plenty already.
So good.
Ooh.
Who needs mana when you got crits?
Nearly finishes that guy off.
Yeah. So tempting. I'll hold off. I'm gonna turn and I'll shoot the other one that's kind of to the right of me that's injured.
All right. Mr. Gangly. 18 lands for 12 points.
And then hopefully not be punished for my hubris and have Toto finish this guy off.
Let's see it. 27 lands and 11 is plenty. Just chomps. This is the one that he was tugging on before. It finally just rips in half. Half of it still kind of glued to the floor by the ice, and the other half now dangling in Toto's mouth.
Dope.
Good boy.
He's gonna run over here.
All right. That brings us to the little ones. Let's see. One of them is going to stand up from prone, take some bleed, takes 9 points. I think that actually might kill it. It does. It exactly kills it.
Oh, praise be. I'll use the, I'll drink its delicious blood.
Perfect.
I won't drink it, but you know.
Yeah.
Sponge it up.
Bathe in it?
I mean, you said it.
Beige in it. Sponge it up.
This one is going to kind of start hovering right up to eye level with you, Nordo, and try to rip your face off. With a 10, which is terrible.
It's a 19, which hits because I attacked
reckless.
recklessly.
That's right. 8 bludgeoning damage. I need a con save.
One moment, please.
It's unreal how big Mr. White is. It's like twice the size of these worms.
He's so big.
Con save.
You're good. He follows up with a little weak attack. 19 hits again for 7.
I just got these temporary hit points, you jerk.
Good. Pallid is already on you, and he's going to continue working on you. 10 misses, 23 hits for 6. Peculiar. You're still the closest thing. So I think Peculiar goes for you too. 22 and 22 both hit for 20 total, and I need a con save. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
SpaghettiOs, do you have a way to fix that?
Not unless Mode is technically around.
He is on the ship. So that turns the beak into a crit for another 7 points of damage.
I'm immune to crits, bitch!
Damn it! Damn it! You're not immune. Are you immune to paralysis and poison?
I'm not immune to paralysis that I'm aware of.
Sick. You watch as
I'm immune to poison.
Oh, shit.
Being a monk. Being a real monk and all.
Damn it.
Oh, then you're not paralyzed.
Then you're not paralyzed either. Yeah, the paralysis is caused by poison.
Pure. My body is pure. Okay.
What an absolute nightmare. Mr. Strange is going to fly up over the barrier. How fast do these move? Yes, plenty. How tall is your wall?
20 feet.
Sick. Just enough to get up on Vasu's level. And with reach, gonna try to tentacle him.
Does it reach through the... Oh, is it above?
It's above. It's basically right above the wall. It cannot beak from that range, and the tentacles miss. And then finally, Small is going to kind of chase you down, Nomad. Missing and missing.
Hello, Mr. Small.
That brings us to Vasu if you're still up.
Yeah,
I'm so proud of you.
thanks, Dad. I'm gonna attack the broad one again.
All right.
Give me a con save.
Fuck yeah, 23 is great. You get another stack of Radiant and a con save. Fuck.
Amazing.
This sparks joy.
God damn it. I'll just
All right.
leave that stun on him.
I take off and then dash back in. And I'm gonna attack the gangly one again at advantage.
24 is, or 25 is good for another 14.
Hey, give me another con save.
Just stun them all. Why not?
Oh, thank God.
Oh.
Oh, that's a real shame. But bonus action attack with this because I used the key point already. Ho ha!
24 is good for another 21 and
Consistent.
additional lightning.
Consistent roll.
I was gonna say very consistent.
Okay, so he's got another stack. And go ahead and give me another con save.
God
There we
damn
go.
it.
There.
Stunning strike, good unit.
That's me.
Alright, that brings us to Mr. White.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, there's still things within my reach. So, multi-attack.
Eat a whole ass worm.
Claw, chomp.
I like the idea that Mr. White is like a cat with a fishbowl that has to do the weird like claw over the wall thing to reach these without
Reach it. Yes.
Fuck though, that all hits. I assume it's all on Gangly.
Gangly. Yeah, gangly and gangly.
Perfect. How much of them are on each?
I'll attack the big one until it dies, and the little one if there's anything
gotcha.
left.
13, 12, and then 32. It is still up. You do recover 29 from that.
Cool. That's all I got, though. I don't think he has any bonus actions, really.
Gross. 2 of these fuckers are stunned. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, the 2 of them are stunned.
Yep.
God damn it.
Hee hee.
God damn it.
Aren't you glad you made sure I was awake for this combat?
I should have just sleep. 27 points on both of them. They auto-fail. The other one is outside of it, thankfully.
Oh, but then there's this.
Oh, yeah, the lightning, which jumps. I think it stops at the ones just past Nordo. I don't think you can make it to anything past those 4. So they each take 6 points. Yeah, thankfully, just those 4 this time around. Burley, way outside, is gonna rear back. And you know the sound when you have low water pressure in your basement, or not your basement, your bathroom, and the shower starts doing that weird gurgly thing, and then it all starts to rise back up. You hear that for a moment, and then there is a spray of this caustic purple acid.
Oh wait, they also take some radiant damage from the spear thing.
Oh, that's true. Yep.
Okay.
So I think Gangly only takes. Let me pull this back.
60-foot cone, I believe, will hit all of you, including Mr. White. How far does this reach? No, Mr. White is actually just safe.
Huh.
It's
Oh, yeah,
weird
that's
that
true.
Mr. White, of all things, is the safe one.
Ooh, actually, if the barrier is down, he might get close enough to get all of you.
Yeah,
And it
because I don't
looks
think
like
that
it's down.
3 would have saved, I don't think. All the others are probably fine, but my save is only a +4. So yeah.
Fucking sick. In that case, it's going to get just close enough to hit all of you.
Oh no, it's down.
You can also give 27 hit points back to those 2.
True. Yes, and Broad does take 5 from the radiant explosion, which is consumed. The acid washes over all of you and all of the Nothlings. It looks like they are resilient against their own acid. But I need from all of you a dexterity saving throw as acid rains down. 30 points
Jesus,
on
that
failure.
is so bad for advantage.
You're looking for an 18 for half.
Why'd it have to be a dex save? That's the one I'm bad at.
Because that's what dragons are bad at.
We're just gonna dip into his shell for just a brief
that was the
moment.
strength, I think.
And the
15. Still a 25.
Almost all of you are able to save for half for 15 points of acid. Nordo fails, but then absorbs elements for half.
I also fail for half because I have
Evasion, right?
evasion. So I fail for 15 and then take 7.
So fancy.
Absorb 7.
Alright, excellent, delightful. The other two are stunned and don't do shit. That brings us back to Nordo, top of the round.
Alright, how does this work? Okay. The health bar's here. Alright, I'll start by attacking the one to the north of me. Actually, yes, that's what I'll do. Recklessly, of course.
29, good, and that finishes it off.
Outstanding. I will bathe in his sweet, sweet blood. Oh yeah, he takes some bonus acid damage, and that's totally wasted. How long do you keep the resistance from absorb elements?
Till the end of your upcoming turn. Actually, no, I think the resistance is till the start, but then if you make an attack on that turn, it adds the extra.
Cool. All right.
And yeah, that does get wasted on him, unfortunately.
Yep, no worries. Then, well, I guess I'll just keep. I don't know. I'd really like to cash in on this stun fuck for some crits. I'll step away from those two, and they can opportunity attack. Oh wait, they've reached 10 anyway, don't they?
They could attack with their beaks. They would not be able to tentacle you from there.
Okay, I'll still step there. Either way.
All right, they will try with the beak. 21 for 6.
Yep.
All right. Actually, it's a 20 because he's afraid.
It doesn't matter. He has advantage from reckless.
Oh, right.
All right. Second attack. Oh, big fuck.
24 is good for 11.
If he can be prone, and 23 would have hit, he is prone.
Sure can.
Okay, that is my action. Bonus action. I will. Oh gosh. Oh, can he fail a DC 17 strength save?
He might be able to.
Oh, so close. Okay, bonus action, bite.
16.
So terrible.
Just hits for 13.
Alright, cool. That's my action. That's my bonus action. I think I will kind of continue to run around to the back side of this guy here. Get some distance from those AoE bullshit.
Sounds good.
And that's my turn.
Alright, Nomad's up.
This 20-foot radius here, I can hit everyone here without hitting myself?
Correct.
Or any of my friends?
Yep.
Choosing thunder damage, cast a catastrophe.
Ow.
And I gain a yellow stone.
Both still real bad at deck saves. Little guys, probably the same.
2 little guys and 2 big guys.
Everything fails for the full 35 points of thunder damage.
Do the little guys have magic resistance?
They do not.
Okay, cool. Yeah, for 35 thunder damage and all of these. I get a yellow stone. That's my turn.
Alright, excellent. That'll bring us to Gale.
When I gain one.
Just gonna keep picking off the fodder. I'll shoot the. I'm gonna shoot the peculiar little one.
Uh, 19 is good for 16, and it drops.
And then I'm also going to shoot the strange. 14.
14 does hit it for 10 points.
And Toto's going to come over here and finish off the last one, the small one.
Like a dog with a chew toy. Oh yeah, fucks it up real good. Just kind of bites down, shakes his head in a death roll until this thing flies to bits.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's good.
Alright. The only two that are surviving are both afraid. So this one is going to fly over to Nomad. Boy, this one, I think, is just gonna run. I can't quite get within range. Well, let's see. No, that would be cheesy. He kind of just cowers in fear. He is going to actually duck down behind the stalactite and take the hide action. Stalagmite, because it's on the ground. That's how that works.
Oh. How do you tell?
G for ground, C for ceiling. On Nomad. Miss and miss.
Boy. They're afraid too, right? That's disadvantage.
Oh yeah, disadvantage. This one does manage to kind of slip out of view. You guys all saw where it went. You know it's over here somewhere.
Say they're afraid, it has disadvantage.
Does that apply to checks too?
I believe so. Fear is a really scary like status effect.
Holy shit, you're right. Yeah. It like tries to straighten itself up behind the stalagmite. And it does not. It's shaking too much. It's poking its tail out. Oh yeah, that's also a good one. That's a good mnemonic. What a good series of mnemonic. That'll bring us to Vasu.
What do you call the ones that touch the top and the bottom?
Column. I don't think they have a special word beyond that.
Oh, he's prone, stunned.
He sure is. That's not
Yeah.
great. 25 points. Another
that
stack of
double?
radiant.
Does that double all the lightning damage too?
It
I
won't
guess
double
that
the
doesn't-
lightning damage.
On the start of his turn. Shit.
Oh, that is with the lightning weapon, though. It's a bump
Yeah.
of this.
Yeah. We'll do another one of these.
19 is good for 13. This thing is nearly carved to bits.
Give me a con save.
Oh, now it
Oh.
saves. Now it saves.
Okay, well I'm gonna leave him since he's still currently stunned. I'm gonna do my dash over here. This is advantage because of the dash, and I guess he's still technically stunned too.
32 is good for another 21. He gets a fresh stack of the radiant.
He also takes that.
Ow.
I reread the thing. They get an extra D10 of damage if I do that wind-up dash first.
Yeah.
And I've been forgetting to apply that. Ain't I a goof?
Such a good.
That's all me for now.
Alright. They both break their stun, finally. They might get to do something. Mr. White.
Is the Gangly still alive?
Barely.
Barely? Okay, well, let's fix that.
No!
And... Claw? No, that's probably miss.
Ooh, he's prone. 32
Oh, okay.
is good. The big old steppy is enough to finish that one off. Just with a squelching splat. Kind of pierces down through the stalagmites.
Reach for the other one, I guess.
And if I can fit over here.
Yeah, your tail kind of occasionally swishes through the waterfall, but you're
That's
able to move around it.
I'll get the other big one. I think
32
he's in range.
19. He is.
And then chomp.
There's nobody close.
28 is good for 23.
Cool, and I'll heal back all that damage that I took.
Hate it. Alright, anything else?
Nope, I'm good. Oh, actually, that put me over max. Okay, now I'm good.
Alright, sick. Broad finally is able to act. It's going to wheel around, get face to face with Vasu. Oh, thank God, everybody is just in range. Nordo is just there at 55 feet. This is going to be another acid breath that I believe hits everyone. Dexterity saving throws versus 32 points of acid damage. Looking for an 18 to save.
Aww.
Now we're talking.
I don't give a fuck about no acid.
Woo. This
I
is
absorb it.
pod rate. Wait, why do you... Oh, no. Stop it.
It's a reaction. Sound like absorption.
Fair.
Down to 16.
Correct. Let's see. Burley did not get his breath back, so he's going to pick some other terrible and dangerous thing to do. Let's see. Who here... He would know that that doesn't work on Toto. Or at least he would think that. I think he's actually going to try this on Mr. White. Yeah, this tiny little... Well, tiny compared to you. Neolithid looks up at you. Flick in Mr. White's body. Kind of locks its mind with yours. And then there's a sudden psychic snap. You can almost feel your head get twisted by it. I need an intelligence saving throw.
No, that's the other one I'm bad at. Oh.
Sick. Let me go read how this works.
God, a nat one.
You take 19 points of psychic damage. And that's the last thing that you really remember clearly for now.
Oh boy. Okay, cool.
Your intelligence,
Memory eater.
Your intelligence and charisma become one.
Ooh.
Oh no!
You are feeble-minded.
You're
fun.
feeble-minded!
As Mr. White in his dragon form.
Well.
And we will see
How
how
that
that goes.
Yup.
The small
Note that
one?
I have a 10 int and 14 charisma normally.
And then it's going to slither the fuck behind the waterfall. Toto can take an opportunity attack.
Oh, -5 mod. That's fun.
You are 1 kill away from an intellect. An intellect devourer can kill you in one go.
Isn't that convenient?
No.
19 does hit this on the way up for 10 points of force damage. And it is not able to like hide or anything. It's just kind of chilling under the waterfall.
You ancient green dragon can be killed.
Wouldn't that just be something if I gained control of an ancient white dragon? Notice up.
Anson, flick to hell. I don't all in one fell swoop.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah. Convenient.
All right.
These worms are gonna kill Flick.
Measuring. Can I hit Big Poppy from this space right here?
Possibly with a 60-foot range?
No, I mean just like if I run
yeah,
into
if
that
you were in
space,
that
can I
space,
hit him
yeah.
with my axe?
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
cool. Excellent. Just lace up my sneakers from the Blood Bowl game and then go sprinting that way. And leap up in the air about 10 feet before that and land with my axe. Recklessly. Where's he stunned?
No, they are not stunned.
Cool.
Uh, 24 is good. 12 points. 17 also would have hit, so he's knocked prone.
Cool. Strength save as well.
He resists the
That's
vine.
good with that. Second attack.
25 is good for another 11.
Okay. And then Nordo will follow through with his axe right through the flesh of this thing and into the ground underneath it, which will sort of split open underneath it as it tumbles down prone. And do this little number.
Shit.
Hot damn.
Yeah,
Oh.
it becomes restrained by this crevice that splits open.
Outstanding.
Excellent. Noted.
That's my action. Bonus action. Got no movement left. That's it for me.
As the fissure cracks open, you can definitely see that there is basically directly below you, just kind of an open cavern that winds into a path, and it's already, you can kind of already see down through these holes, but it just kind of reinforces that there is a pathway down there.
Okay.
That'll bring us to Nomad.
Oh boy. This creature is right next to me in the air, right?
It is, yep.
Okay. Sorry, the mouse again. Scroll. He's gonna.
Did you try refreshing roll 20?
Roll 20? Oh no, it's my mouse. It's been doing this on every page, basically.
Oh no.
Yeah, and on any, it does it everywhere. It's the new mouse. I refreshed earlier. Let's see. 15 hit it? Sorry, it's 22. I have advantage.
22 absolutely hits it. 15 point.
Of poison as he puts his hand in its mouth. Does poison affect it?
I am checking as we speak. It does seem to affect it, yep.
Okay, cool. Now I have a green stone. I'm slowly collecting these.
Gotta catch them all.
I catch them all. And I gain two charges this turn. Now I have 4. That's my turn.
Alright, that'll bring us to Gale.
Playing this minigame is hard.
Well, fortunately, I can't help Flick currently. So, we're just gonna have to kill everything.
Just need to get a very large leash.
So I'm gonna chase after this guy. Do I know that this was... Do I even know that there's anything wrong with Flick?
He disconnected from the Raris.
Yeah, he would have disconnected from the Raris.
The Discord notification.
What? Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
Where? Flick? Flick?
I'm going to use my bonus action. Throw a Hunter's Mark on this thing.
Excellent.
And then I'm going to shoot it twice.
Forgot it needs to be saving against fear. There we go. 17 and 20 are both good.
Can't be afraid of
next
me while I'm
4.
incapacitated.
For 34 total points of damage as the shots kind of ring through the waterfall. Splashes of water kind of pour back.
Get back here, bitch.
Alrighty, that'll bring us to Little Bastard. Who's just going to keep attacking Nomad. Because you're close, and it's not very bright. 22 and 10.
Both miss?
Fucking hell, 22 misses?
23 is my AC.
No, I accidentally did tentacles twice.
I thought that would have hit.
It would have hit, but unfortunately it does not, because I already clicked something. Alright, that brings us to Vasu. Got 2 little bastards. Oh wait, there's another little bastard. Right, it was trying to hide. It can come over here now. It's going to try to attack Nordo.
Is it prone? Why is it laying down like that?
It's pro.
23 for 5.
Hits.
Alright, now Vasu's up.
If it's prone, then it has disadvantage.
Now the little guy is the one attacking.
Or the little one.
Alright, we may have lost him for good this time.
No, I was in the kitchen. Sorry.
Oh, welcome back.
I'm gonna keep beating up this guy because he's prone.
Good idea.
So take that.
Fuck me.
Oh, you didn't even need the prone for that.
Let me get a concept.
Prone, restrained, and stunned.
Oh, it's
He's
just
stunned.
Thanks, Mom and Dad.
Stuff. Yeah. Gotta get all these stunning strikes out as fast as I can.
So he takes 7 radiant because he's stunned and the things end if I'm reading that right.
Yep, correct.
I've seen what these little guys can do, so I'm not gonna just run away from it and let it attack me or Nordo. And
I think that you should always run away and trigger opportunity attacks from flying poisonous snakes, personally.
nah, I'm good.
Damn it. 15 is good, 24, and that is enough to just cleave this guy down to the ground. He's split in 2.
Was the little guy the one that feeble-minded?
No, that's the big guy running
Okay,
west.
and I was scared
Oh,
for
okay.
when all the small ones feeble-minded.
So that's what I thought happened. Then I'm gonna dash over here. Attack this guy with advantage from the dash.
Alright, come flying through the waterfall. 17 crashes in for 18 points of piercing.
I guess it hits either way. So extra
Advantage, right?
D10 radiant from the dash. He gets a charge. I'm gonna save a bit of ki and not try to stun him this turn.
Yes.
Actually, I'm over here by myself.
No.
I'm gonna stun him.
No!
Give me a con save.
Oh, thank Christ.
Dang,
Ah,
that's me.
Oh.
Alright, Mr. White, you are animalistic in your intelligence. You are able to tell your friend from foe, but you basically just behave like an animal. You can still attack and everything. You cannot use magic. You can't do anything that would require you to be smart. But biting is easy. Clawing is
I was
easy.
gonna say, I think everything a dragon could do is, besides casting spells, but I don't have those
Yeah,
really.
pretty much.
Okay, if I can tell friend from foe. Is this the one that hit me over here?
Yep.
Oh, I don't want to step on Gale though.
I mean, you're big enough that you could step over him.
Over Gale?
Yeah,
Okay.
You're 2 size classes over by a significant margin.
you're like a gazebo. Oh no!
My mind is just it's fucked currently.
Holy shit.
1-1-3. 3-1-1.
The 17 does still land for kind of iffy damage. Yeah, you just feel woozy and queasy. You can tell that something's wrong, but you're not smart enough to know what's wrong, or that you are even different than you were a second ago. It's not a pleasant experience at all.
Nomad trying to connect with Rari's like he seems to have lost connection.
All right.
Don't worry, big guy. We'll get you patched up in like 24 hours.
Anything else?
Nope.
All right. That brings us to these guys. One of them is stunned. One of them would desperately like some acid breath.
14 bleed damage.
Crap. 14 bleed. Well, shit. Okay, he's used almost all of his cool toys now. He's done that. In fact, he's used... Yeah, fuck. He's done all of it. You know what? It's time. It's time for old reliable. It is just going to turn around and try to eat Vasu.
Eat Voss?
Yep, sure is.
Get your fetishes out of here.
Better not.
32.
Oh no!
Oh no.
I need 39 points of damage and then a strength saving throw.
39.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
No.
Yeah, this thing kind of...
It keeps happening!
It's an 18.
Oh no!
Oh, Flash of Genius!
No! Flash of Genius saved the day.
I think Gale just says, "Dodge, you idiot!"
Yeah. This thing kind of like tries to do a juke. It waits right at the edge of the waterfall where it's kind of hard to judge how far it is. And then as soon as you come into range, it just bursts out of the waterfall, nearly engulfs you. But with Gale's warning, you're able to just pull your foot free before it clamps down and starts to pull you in. And unfortunately, that is all it can do on this turn, which brings us back to Norda.
Okay. Like Paul Atreides climbing on the back of Shai Hulud, Nordo just climbs on top of this thing and starts swinging his axe down into it over and over.
I didn't get either of those, but I'm assuming it's Dune, and I'm mad you've spoiled it.
You're correct.
Sick.
Need to read
That's not
Dune.
a spoiler, that's fucking promotional material.
Fair. It's kind of my own fault for not seeing it yet. 23 for 17 is good.
Hey, I don't want to spoil anything, but Dune has big worms in it.
What?
There's big worms in it.
So does
fucking
Tremors,
way. What a good
if
way.
you'd believe it.
Good luck
Tremors
even
is better.
remembering the names that I said if you haven't seen it.
I had already lost them.
I forgot them the instant you said them.
Yep.
So.
Exactly.
This time,
In one ear, right out the other.
with the third consecutive attack on this thing, enough vines have finally burst up from the ground to wrap around this thing and tether it into place.
Cool, that's double restrained and prone and stunned. And in that condition, I'm gonna lean down and just try to take a big ol' meaty chomp out of it.
Yum.
Delicious acid for my belly. If it hits, it crits.
27 is good for 19.
And on that crit, I will use my reaction
2 crit.
for my tried and true. Fuck did it go? Spine of Cloud Piercer Mouths, and that's my action. That is my bonus action. I don't suppose I want to move. It's my turn.
Alright, that'll bring us to Nomad.
I have 2 friends in danger, and this tiny worm doesn't bother me very much. I'm gonna go make my way for them. Make my way. Touch back down the ground. I can make it up to here. 35 because of those fancy boots.
Alright, it will take a swing.
Do it.
Missing.
No. He's gonna throw a blast of fire at big boy. What's his name? Burley?
Burley.
Burley. It's an advantage.
31 slicing for 29. Starts sizzling some of the flesh.
Fire? Still up? Of course it is. I do, however, get a redstone. That's my turn.
Alright, Gale.
And 2 charges.
Well, there's only 3 things left. Okay, to avoid Basu getting eaten again, I'm gonna shoot this thing some more.
I like the image of Gale kind of having a big protective dragon, over him and like guarding him. It's a fun image.
It's cute.
But it's also just like drooling like an idiot.
Yeah.
Really completely spaced out.
It's like a Saint Bernard.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like
like
an idiot guard dog.
Saint Bernard.
Gross.
It's just, well, I had my fist up your nose earlier, so it's probably fine.
It's true.
It's true.
It's slightly less gross somehow.
18 is good for 10 points of piercing. Another 6 from the force.
No, it's just regular damage.
Oh, gotcha. Or 6 piercing.
So it's 28 points of damage.
Oh, I missed the first shot. Yes. Yeah. Missed that. There we go. 28 total points of damage. Blood begins to kind of stream down the waterfall past this thing. Yeah, I'm gonna also use one of my charges to
give Vasu 16 points of healing.
Excellent.
If you're here, Vasu.
You in the kitchen? You might be in the kitchen.
Yeah, you guys always talk to me when I'm in the kitchen.
Going to the kitchen.
I'm making pizza. I'm hungry.
That sounds kind of good.
It's just a Jack's
Kinda
frozen pizza.
Never mind.
Well, that's the
Sausage
best frozen pizza.
I still want it, but
I fucking love Jack's
regular
pizza.
I'll make sure I won't heal you next time.
No, definitely heal me. And also, if it's okay with you, I'll just take 24 from that because I
that's
have
right.
shit.
That's right.
Yeah.
God, I need to remember that so I can only use that healing on you.
Just
then,
throw all of your dice at me. Only me.
Toad is going to run
666.
over and kill Pallid.
Sick.
24.
24 is good. 10 points of force. Kind of like a dog leaping up to chomp at a balloon. Not quite able to finish him off. Oh, I forgot Toto's been confused this whole time. Give me a D10.
Oh, that's right.
We'll just pretend it never happened for the last several turns, but give me a D10 for this one. Oh, he's fine anyway. Everything is fine. Yeah, this all actually is pretty much fine.
I'll give you a couple extras so that you can fuck me somehow.
Sure. We'll just say that, yeah, the first two actually are completely fine, because it would have randomly attacked the closest thing, and then it would attack as normal. But we'll say for this one that the 3 takes no action. But also, give me 3 wisdom saving throws, because he might break it in time.
Oh, Toad. Oh, no, he wouldn't.
What is no patience?
Don't be ridiculous.
Alright, excellent. This time he's a little bit confused and just not really sure what to do. But that'll bring it over to Vasu. This thing's trying to eat you.
He's trying to jank me.
I will not suffer this disgrace.
What disgrace is going on? Are we talking about the pizza talk, or?
No, we're talking about your use of a hard or a soft G
Jank?
after an A.
Oh,
I thought
see, I wasn't even like tying that back to our earlier gentleman's debate.
Okay.
I've just been watching a lot of Homestar Runner again recently, so you'll forgive me if I use some Coach Z-isms.
Understandable.
I'm gonna attack him
Beat him up.
because he tried to jank me.
24 good, up to 2 stacks of radiant.
No, that's the lightning.
Oh
one,
shit, you're right.
which isn't gonna do much, but he's over here by himself, and I wanted to hit him with it anyway. Also, all that's left are little baby boys, so I'm gonna do my dash thing to just swoop back and then swoop back in and hit him with a hacha.
32 good for 19. He gets an opportunity attack when you swoop out there, right? It's just
He
a disadvantage.
does. Yeah, it's a disadvantage.
Yeah, he'll try that shit. I can't not take opportunity attacks on you. It's the only way I crit you.
Don't eat me. I'm just a little guy.
19 misses, I think.
I'm just a scrawny little chicken. I'm all gristle.
Chicken.
Give yourself more credit. You're pretty well built.
I guess I do got these. I got some pretty thick thighs. Anywho, that misses. The spear hits though.
Yeah, for the 19 and an additional 6.
Gives him another stack
Another
of
stack
radiant. And I didn't spend any key, so I'm just gonna punch him regular styles.
Excellent. 23
Dang.
good for 13.
If only I had stunned him.
If only. Alright, anything else?
No.
Alright, Mr. White, I need you to be gentle.
But I don't know what that word means.
Uh,
All I know is
oh yeah, just
smack, bite.
furious, confused. The 2 claws are all it takes to
Okay,
just
then
rip
fly
this
over
thing
here.
apart. You can fly over here, drop a
Bite.
22 on this guy for 32, which does not quite kill it.
You heal 19 though.
Heal 19.
Sure do.
Zip up that tasty acid.
And because you killed that one, your feeble mind ends.
Hell no. That does bring it to the Neothalid's turn, and he probably bleeds to death. He sure does. That one drops. Which brings us to Nordo. There is just one last flying bastard kind of in the middle of the cave.
Okay. How high up is he?
Like 10 feet off the ground. He's within jumping distance for
Oh, okay, cool. So I'll just run up and see if I can't finish him off. Recklessly, of course.
sure. 32 good for 11. Still up.
Prone unless he has a hover speed.
Good question.
He's currently flying, if I recall.
They do have a hover
Yeah.
speed. It appears to be psionic.
Got it. Second.
Psionics. That whole concept that I can't be bothered to learn because it's too complicated and not used very often.
Now you're feeble-minded.
Yeah, I
Well, you
definitely can't deal with it when I'm feeble-minded.
I mean, you're fine. You basically act the same way.
I was going to
Yeah.
say, this wouldn't be a problem except for the fact that he's not going to fit in these holes, and I don't know if he knows how to change back.
He can borrow.
He couldn't change back anyway, right? This was like a true polymorph situation, wasn't it?
He uses his shape change ability.
I
I
thought
think
he
it
didn't
was
get the
like
ability to
initially we
shape
were
change.
going to do that, or did I shape change into dragon that could do it? I
Yeah,
don't remember.
I thought that what had happened here is we had put you into Mr. White as a dragon and then true polymorphed you into Mr. White's humanoid form, with the
Yeah.
plan
Yeah.
being to dispel
Same.
magic in order to turn you back into the dragon form. I don't think you got the shape change ability, if my memory serves, but I could be
Okay.
wrong.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
That
You
sounds
were the
right.
former lore keeper, so
I
I'm
was
inclined
once
to
Lord
believe
Keeper.
Alright. As everything kind of goes silent, aside from the kind of exasperated and confused heavy breaths of Mr. White in his dragon form, you do kind of hear from down in these holes below, hello? Is somebody up there? Oh,
Hi.
bother and fuck. Something's gone terribly wrong.
Is your name Tafiki?
No. I'm Jeffrey.
Well, we don't care anymore.
Hi, Jeffrey.
That's all right, I guess. But that's where we'll pick up next week, because it's a little after midnight.
Bye.
Real quick,
Yeah,
can I do a heal on Gale
that seems
So I-
wise.
so I can have a white stone?
Sure, go for it.
Just like Percy.
Just like Percy.
Just like Percy.
Wait, is this a C3 reference?
It's a season 1 reference.
Oh, Whitestone. Right.
You know, his hometown.
His hometown. Yeah.
67 HP to you, Gale.
Holy fuck.
It's the 5th level heal.
Oh, right. I forgot I buffed Cure Wounds. What a cool thing that I did, I guess.
He overhealed from that. Damn. I now have a white stone, but there is no white dot. How do I fix this?
Let's
I'll make it brown.
do that.
Purple? There's no purple stone, so I can just make it purple and say that's white.
That would work.
Use the eyeball, it looks kind of white.
He's the eyeball. And finally, before that, on Mr. White, because something looks horribly wrong, freedom of cognition.
Oh my god, is that gonna work?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's a
Don't think so
reaction.
either.
There's an effect that would render it frightened, charmed, or stunned. And you're subjected
Confusion.
to or under a confusion, insanity, or any mind-altering effect that would cause them to act contrary to their personality. May
Don't
use
think
its
this
actions and
changes
such
their-
effects.
Unless his personality is smart, I think it doesn't affect him.
I have to make an argument
Yeah.
that insanity and feeble mind seems almost tomato to me.
It seems reasonable to me. You know what? I'll allow it. I'm going to use a spellcasting check. I think that this is a reasonable thing,
Sure.
but maybe there should be some checks involved.
I mean, insanity is literally a specific.
It is higher
Condition.
level than remove curse, which is normally what can remove.
It normally takes Greater Restoration, which is 5th.
I
I'll
think
tell
it
you
only takes remove curse, which is 3rd.
No, I'm looking at it. It's
Remove
Greater
Curse doesn't
Restoration.
do it.
Oh,
regular
okay.
res- I'll tell you what. If you upcast this to the same level as Greater Restoration, I would
Sure.
allow this to work.
I'll cast it at 5th level.
Yep, that seems very reasonable. All right, with a 5th level Freedom of Cognition, it takes some time still because he has to use his reaction to do it, and there's a little bit of a connection and a series of focus in realizing that he has the ability to do this to himself.
Trying to explain. You have to. No, wait. You have to think. Blink.
Yeah. just because I enjoy the
Oh no, I
hilarity of
probably
it.
eat that grung corpse.
No, like stop. Oh, well,
I mean, he's a dragon. And he doesn't know how to do anything. Food. Okay,
like,
I probably eat some of these fucking
Yeah.
worms too. Let's see, how many worms do I eat?
that
What's a
sounds like
reasonable amount of
contrary
worms?
to the
The 8?
personality.
I eat 2 worms and the grung.
Yeah, they're definitely a little spicy on the way down. It's like, they're coated in fucking acid, and the grung are coated in poison. So give me, I don't think you can fail a DC 12 con check, can you?
No, I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, they're a little spicy going down. It's definitely an unpleasant experience. Your tongue goes numb as if you had taken a dragon's aura gel. But you're able to gobble up several of these grung bodies. And then finally, eventually, Nomad's magic kind of slips through and you realize that, you can...
That's
kind of
gross.
slip
Why
back
am I
yourself.
doing
And you
this?
realize what
Like,
you're doing. It's pretty gross.
Stop eating. This is contrary to your personality. Stop.
And eventually you realize that you've been, behaving like an animal for 20 seconds, and some weird shit happened to you, but you do kind of come back to it. Nordor, I definitely do agree. I'm looking forward to the way that Counteract works in the next one.
Well, Counteract's gonna be cool.
Counteract is definitely
It just needs
stricter.
simpler wording.
Stupider.
I figured out how it works. It honestly is a simple system. It's just they've written it very convolutedly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
You just roll your spell attack, basically.
Yeah, it's basically exactly. It's like a spell attack, and then you compare the levels.
You just kind of ignore everything else. Just spell attack and compare the levels. That's it.
Yeah.
It's so simple. Like, so many words.
But that's a problem for another time. This problem has been dealt with the power of having the right spell.
Do dragons have a gag reflex?
Mercy.
Do dragons have a gag reflex? Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd assume so.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna vomit.
Blah.
Shove a whole claw on there.
I really hate that.
Gently pats the back. There.
Yeah, it's kind of like when a cat
let
throws
it
up,
out.
how they back up as they're throwing up, so it comes out as a weird trail. It's not a pleasant experience.
Can I just do it into the water so it washes away?
Yes.
Or
and
it just kind of...
It does definitely come out flash frozen for sure.
Ooh, that's cool.
It is kind of cool, actually. It's very cool. In fact, one might
Poor
say
soul.
It's cold.
it's cold.
It's flash frozen. Fuck off, Feck.
I will have none of this DM mercy bullshit. If Skyride can lift a balloon, I can do this.
I agree with that take. I think that's reasonable. Also, a spell specifically designed to end mind-altering effects.
Yeah,
at the same
but,
level as a Greater Restoration. It actually seems
I think it
better
should.
suited than Greater Restoration for this.
Yeah, I just hate Greater Restoration. Shouldn't exist.
What I hate is just the very binary nature of all this. But that's fine. We'll deal with that in the next one. For the time being, you are safe. And there's a voice coming from below, and that's where we'll pick up next week.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Hello,
Bye, Jeffrey.
who are you? Did you blow everything up? We'll deal with that next time.
I'm excited for these.
Alright, y'all. I'm a bounce. I'll see y'all next
Look
time.
at bounce. I'm getting ready
Bye.
for work.
See ya.
I have to check on the bird at work.
Yeah, hopefully it made it.
Yeah. There was a bird that flew into the window of glass, and it didn't die. So it's just trying